Saint Tribulation Thel. Two interesting emperors, thought Wang Wei. The Void Emperor was once a student of the Emperor Enlightening Academy when they had cultivated 5 great emperors. Unfortunately, her experience in the academy was less than pleasant. She had one other competitor who was on par with her despite having the boundless void physique. However, the Void Emperor always felt the academy discriminated against her because of her gender. She received fewer resources from him, less support, fewer followers, and fewer opportunities. She would have understood if there was an overwhelming difference between the two, but they were relative to each other in most things. The last straw that made her leave was when one of the supreme teachers tried to force her to marry her competitor and give up on her goal of proving the Tao. She left in anger, trying to forge her way. Oddly, she began to strive during this period. Her strength drastically increased until she became known as the person most likely to prove the Tao. And she did. She defeated all her opponents and became a pseudo-eternal. Then, she established the Tao worshipping academy with a more tolerant and accepting philosophy. As for her opponent from the academy, she killed him in the final battle. But she did not retaliate against the academy. After this incident, the Emperor Enlightened Academy also realized the corruption of their system and changed their policy to be more inclusive and tolerant. The Void Emperor left the academy in the middle of the void-shattering realm. So, this version is the one with her peak ability, thought Wang Wei before sizing the Samsara Emperor. His story was also interesting. In his youth, the Samsara Emperor was a renowned thief. He would infiltrate different factions to steal important resources from them. When all Heaven Chosens participated in major fortunate events, he would sneak at the last moment to steal all the rewards from everyone before vanishing. He spent most of his life running away from numerous factions, including the Tao opening sect. Wang Wei knew 2 defining events in his life. The first one was he stole some treasure that allowed him to understand Samsara law. And the second was when he suddenly fled into the Nether Hell. After leaving the Nether Hall, the Samsara Emperor disappeared from the world. And even after proving the Tao, he did not stay nor preach to the world. He immediately ascended. Wang Wei analyzed his life and came up with a theory. He believes the Samsara Emperor somehow used the Nether Hall to pass his outlaw trial. Maybe through a deal with Old Man Nether. However, he ran away after proving Tao to escape his deal or stay away from him. From what he knew, the Samsara Emperor was one of the main paragons in the Second Origin battle, so he should not care about someone like Old Man Nether. "Let's get this over with," he said before deploying his domains, and the others did the same. Facing 4 domains from eventual pseudo-eternal emperors did not suppress him. On the contrary, he still had the advantage. The first to take action was the Moon Emperor. A figure suddenly condensed before her. It was Wang Wei with blood-red eyes. A manifestation of one of my deepest fears? Thought Wang Wei as he sensed this clone who actually had close to 80% of his ability. What was one of his biggest fears? Himself. He knew if he one day went crazy, he could do irreparable damage. Even the current sane version of himself was already dangerous to the world. He could not imagine an unrestrained, completely free and devoid of mortality version of himself. Wang Wei's desire to be free was not to be someone who kills and destroys as he pleases. He wanted the freedom to be able to do these things, to have the ability to choose without restraint, whether physically or morally. Although if you delve deeper into his goal, it was somewhat hypocritical, he did not mind. And this technique manifested the version of himself that removed that layer of hypocrisy. It was completely free, indulging in its desires and wants. Interesting technique, he muttered as he could see the flaw in this technique. It worked on an individual basis. The Moon Emperor can manifest his innermost fears and copy his strength. However, she cannot manifest Wang Wei to fight another person. Without him as the mirror, she cannot access so much of his power. "Lost lamb, you are a puppet because you lack a soul," commented Wang Wei. Then, he controlled the laws of souls in his domain to grant this fear manifestation a soul. And now that he had a soul and its own will, it was no longer under the control of Moon. Out of anger for its past, the fear manifestation attacked its oppressor. It clenched its fist and punched her. Love protection. Love is one of the most powerful emotions in existence. And with this technique, the Moon Emperor became the most beloved individual throughout all heaven myriad worlds. Trillions upon trillions of mortals, objects, non-living entities, and worlds loved and adored her, manifesting in the form of protection. Unfortunately, she was no match for a manifestation with nearly 80% of Wang Wei's power. Her technique and domain could not resist the attack, and she turned back into thunder and disappeared. For more chapters, please visit Pan 0. Wang Wei then gazed at the sword-casting emperor. The latter looked at him without moving. Wang Wei knew how this man's Daoist operated, giving him an advantage, but he still tested it. He flicked his finger, generating enough force to destroy thousands of galaxies. The sword-casting emperor waved his sword, and the force returned to Wang Wei with an at least tenfold increase. Dao of parrying or the Dao of counter. He took one of the basic concepts of swordsmanship, parrying, and elevated it to the point it can counter anything, including concepts. Wang Wei created a spear of death and threw it toward swordcasting. The latter waved his sword to parry it, including the power of death. However, when his sword touched the spear, Wang Wei's domain activated the destiny ability of purpose manipulation. He forcefully changed sword-casting Emperor's Dao to be only able to counter physical objects. So, the latter countered his spear, but death's power killed him. Now, it was the Void Emperor's turn. She first reinforced the space around her domain to prevent teleportation and even made flying a struggle. Then, she created these void twisters, essentially infinite dimensions collapsing and twisting on each other. The space above the Dao opening sect became beyond chaotic. If not for the protective arrays, this would be a catastrophe that enveloped dozens of the surrounding sect's domains. Not bad, thought Wang Wei. As an expert in the laws of space, he could achieve the same feat, meaning this attack was useless. Instead, he was thinking about space and time Dao. In the world of science, space and time are basically the same, or in better words, interchangeable. However, they were two different concepts in the cultivation world, although with some relations. The space of this world is too easy to break. I should change that. Too many catastrophes originated from cultivators destructing power affecting space. As such, he decided to change the order of the world. Cultivators can still use their laws to teleport. But if they want to break the space itself, even a quasi-emperor would not have this ability. Not a bad technique, analyzed Wang Wei as he sensed the Void Emperor trying to teleport all his organs and even the origin essence inside his body. You can die with your own technique. He teleported her brain from her body, and she dispersed, returning to heaven and earth. At last, it was the Samsara Emperor's turn. The latter waved his hand to create a wheel with the power of decay, which is one of the subsidiary laws of death. Although, it can also be a law of its own, a potent one at that. Wang Wei waved his hand to create the same wheel, canceling the attack. How sneaky! Worthy of a thief. The wheel was a decoy. The real attack was trying to steal his lifespan and secretly kill him. He snapped his finger. Death vibration, dark sound waves overwhelmed the Samsara Emperor, sending him into the cycle of reincarnation. Survived! Wang Wei looked at the dark aura protecting the latter. Death immunity? Interesting. He suddenly looked higher at the Samsara Emperor. Amongst these young emperors, he believed he had the highest chance of reaching immortal venerable strength. Although the others were talented, breaking the boundary between immortal and mortal sometimes requires opportunity and the right time. It is common in this age because of the glorious age. Without the right opportunity, many of the current heaven chosens would not have this feat. Wang Wei controlled his fate law and changed the Samsara Emperor's fate to that of a dying passing. And unfortunately, fate triumphed over Samsara and bypassed his death immunity technique. I would have to love to compete with the real version. It would be interesting if the younger version of all emperors across time and space competed against each other. That would be a sight to see. Saints preaching. After his tribulation, he felt like a weight had been lifted from his shoulder. It was now smoother to control his law and domain. It was as if a veil or restrictions was removed from his body. As a result, it was easier for him to access the laws of heaven and earth and comprehend them. Wang Wei knew the reason for this change. Although he was previously a saint, heaven and earth did not acknowledge his realm since he did not undergo tribulation. The weight and veil he sensed was his incongruity with the world. Should I preach? He thought. One of the reasons the saint realm is named as such is because every true person can preach their Dao to a large group of people. And in return, heavenly Dao will grant them a small amount of merit. In ancient emperor era, saint realm cultivators would travel to the lower realm and preach in small, middle, and even great thousand worlds to receive merit. Unfortunately, as time passed, these places' cultivation civilization has been set, making it pointless to do so in modern times. The only time cultivators in modern times used this method was when they discovered a brand new world. A world that does not have a cultivation civilization for some reason, or one that was just born and is relatively new. Unfortunately, these worlds are rarer to find. Even with Wang Wei's soulflower ability, he might not find one since they might not exist at the current moment. Although I don't need the small amount of merit, it's better than nothing. He contacted the elders to announce he would preach to the sect's disciples. He thought this would be a simple thing that took a few days. But the event quickly escalated. The elders wanted this event to be more significant. They wanted disciples, elders, deacons, and foreign guests, people affiliated with the sect but not directly part of it, to listen. It would take some time to gather these people. One elder mentioned that the sect would recruit another group of new disciples a few months from now and let them listen as well to benefit the sect. Another one suggested allowing the disciples from the lower realm to participate. The new branches the sect opened in the lower realm needed a way to increase these people's loyalty to the sect. And listening to a potential future eternal emperor preach would do wonders for this issue. The myriad emperor world was semi-closed, so the lower realm disciples could not come here. But the sect decided to use an image transmission array to broadcast the event. Wang Wei was speechless the entire time. He did not expect things to escalate to this level. After the elders planned everything, Li Jun and Yan Lililing would also preach before him, turning this into an event. Tai Gang was on the list. Unfortunately, he was now in retreat to enter the saint realm. A few months later, Wang Wei oversaw the disciple recruit. The sect divided the tester into two groups, the one with cultivation and the one without. Regarding cultivators, no one above the divine altar would be accepted since that's the realm where it is not too expensive to recast the foundation. There used to be an age limit, but Wang Wei removed it to ensure the sect could find some late bloomers with undetected talents. As such, people from as young as 14 to divine Altair cultivators close to the 1,000-year limit attended this process. The sect then used a variety of criteria to test these people. They tested for their talent, including professions, soul, physique, understanding, chi manipulation talent, luck, willpower, and Dao heart. The pagoda was useful for the last part. And this was not the end. The sect checked the background of these people to ensure no problem. They checked their fate line to see if they had some unique destiny. They checked their karma to see if they had some karmic connection that would be favorable to their cultivation or detrimental to them and the sect. Because of this unique and comprehensive method, some accepted individuals appeared to make no sense. Some people were nothing but mortals that did not even have leakless bodies. They only wanted to take a chance at changing their lives. And since travel had become more accessible because of the constructs, they came to give it a chance. Although these choices appeared nonsensical, only the sects knew these people could compete with some destiny, allowing them to have their legends in the cultivation. That destiny might be as simple as an inheritance. Usually, these people would never have a chance to fulfill their destiny. But with the sect's support, they were now the prime candidates. The advantages of this recruiting method were endless, and it was only possible because of Wang Wei's destiny and fate Dao. Once everything finished, two participants stood out amongst the rest. A girl named Kai Song, and she was a member of the spirit race. She is a child's toy who became sentient after being stuck in a high spirit chi environment. After learning about the world, Kai Song had recently acquired her physical body and was on her way to Myriad Spirit Mountain. On her way, she heard about the sect's recruit and had a whim to come test. The sect discovered she had an extraordinary cultivation talent and a monster-level talent for puppets. She was on par with Yen Liling in her professions, if not even more talented. The second one was Jean Mengyao, the owner of the 25th Physique, Spear Overlord Physique. Sect Master, what do you think of these two? Asked one of the elders through divine sense. For more chapters, please visit pan0.com. Chao Song is quiet, introverted, and does not fear loneliness, perfect traits for professions that require years of study. However, we also have to train her social skills. Puppets can be vital for our plans if used correctly, so her skills can be helpful. As for Jean Mengyao, besides his arrogance, he is indeed talented. However, we must see how he grows. Wang Wei can read Jean Mengyao like the back of his hand. He could tell this guy was planning on using the sect's resources to catch up to this generation's heaven shows. Then, defeat him to become the sect's leader before proving the Dao and becoming an eternal emperor. The arrogance and ambitions of young people, thought Wang Wei. These two are potential emperors. Based on their performance, they can become the sect's seal heaven chosen. One of them might participate in the generation after my father, he added. A few people thought the same things and waited to bring it off. With the karma washing pool that Wang Wei brought for the sect, they will not have to worry about future emperors. Even if one of these two failed their heaven will battle, the sect could wait for a generation with less competition and bring them out. They don't have to seal themselves for millions of years. After the sect's recruitment, it was time for the preaching events. Li Jun went first. Most people gathered on the sect's largest mountain, sitting cross-legged on cushions. The rest stayed in other mountains and watched things through formations. And it was the same for the branches in the lower realm. Li Jun sat cross-legged, floating in the air and overlooking everyone. I am true person Li Jun, and today, I will enlighten you in the ways of battle. His voice was soft, but everyone could hear him. It was as if he was muttering next to their ears. Even the people who listened through formations felt the same way. Visions of lotus manifested near him, along with beautiful sounds representing the voice of the Tao, the voice of truth. Li Jun then talked about battle as if it was a Tao. He also injected some of his law understanding for the void-shattering realm and above individuals. The preaching lasted 3 months. And once he finished, everyone had one thought in their mind. This man made battle, a brutal and cruel thing, into an art. And they wanted more. Everyone benefited. Many of the new disciples were malnourished mortals who knew nothing about cultivation. The sect had to provide spirit chi and pills for them to listen for the entire 3 months. But even they benefited. Li Jun's explanation of how to use the mortal body to exert the most power in battle, how to analyze the opponent and how to maximize the use of the environment targeted them. Furthermore, even if they could not understand most of the things he said, it would benefit them in the future as long as they remember some things and apply them in their lives. Golden lights came from heaven, and he received his merit. Next was Yen Liling's turn. Her process was similar to Li Jun's. She preached about all 5 professions, focusing on establishing a foundation for most profession-oriented people listening. Even Wang Wei learned something from her. As for the non-professions, they also benefited since she also talked about flame, energy, and spiritual power control. After taking her merit, it was Wang Wei's turn. I am Wang Wei, a true person and your sect master, said Wang Wei with a pleasing voice. And today, I will enlighten you on the essence of cultivation. He let his words simmer for a few seconds. In the endless void, there are countless cultivation systems, good or bad. But at their core, they involved 4 fundamental aspects: essence, chi, spirit, and law. Even if there are some outlier systems, one of these 4 will be involved in one way or the other. Now, let's begin with essence, or the body. Next is chi or energy, the source of life and evolution. Third is the spirit or the soul, mind or spirit. Finally, it's the law, the fundamental concepts that govern realities. The process lasted 3 years. And once everybody woke up, they did not know how to describe this experience and remained quiet for a few seconds. family reunion. Wang Wei's sermon covered many things. These people now had an excellent understanding of the cultivation realms from body refining to primordial spirit. They understood which part of essence, qi, and spirit each realm was based on. With this knowledge, they can easily enter these realms and push them to their limits if they are talented enough. For the law aspect, Wang Wei talked about the 5 elements law and a bit about his fate law. However, he primarily focused on the subtle control of the law, and with his force control skill, every individual, including the true monarchs of the sect. Today's preaching will benefit every single listener until they become quasi-emperors. And maybe even further. Wang Wei received his merit before dismissing everyone. There was a lingering desire in the faces of most of the disciples. It was genuinely fascinating to listen to people preaching. It was like someone presented the universe's fundamental truth in such an easily understandable way. The feeling was simply intoxicating. "What a marvelous sermon," someone suddenly said. When Wang Wei saw where it originated, his eyes lit up. "Mom, Dad." Yu Yan rushed to hug her son, and Wang Tian followed. The family formed a hug sandwich with Wang Wei in the middle. "When did you guys get here?" After Liling's turn, Yu Yan explained. "We wanted to surprise you." "I'm glad you are back," said Wang Wei with a smile. "Let's go somewhere else." The 3 flew to Wang Wei's transcending fate mountain to chat. Everyone sat together, including Wu Hong. Wang Wei prepared the tea, and the family chatted. "Your sermon was brilliant," commented Wang Tian. "I've learned a lot." He was not lying, since he had learned a lot after hearing it, especially his force control skill, which he believed could reach a higher level after a while. Yu Yan nodded, but she did not say anything. She held her son in her hands, cuddling him like a child. Wang Wei did not resist. "I'm glad. So, how was your mortal dust? What did you do? Any new discoveries?" He could tell it was more than successful, since the 2 were now at the peak of the supreme realm, only 1 step away from becoming quasi-emperors. "Mine was interesting," added Yu Yan. "I became a blind mortal, living all my life in darkness. However, after enlightening myself on darkness and regaining my memories, I felt it was not enough, so I continued. My second persona was someone who had connections with some of the vilest individuals in society: sex traffickers, rapists, killers, cannibals, etc. I wanted to experience the darkness of the world. This persona granted me a deep understanding of societal darkness or darkness of the mind. But of course, I was not satisfied. So, I placed a bunch of mortals and cultivators in a small world and literally turned into darkness. Observing them live and survive in a world without sun, with only darkness, was interesting, to say the least." "Interesting. I give you a full score for ingenuity," commented Wang Wei. "Thanks. I think you've been rubbing off me," smiled Yu Yan, pleased with her son's compliment. "Old man, what about you?" "Mine was not that interesting," replied Wang Tian. "I had many personas in the mortal world, all swordsmen with different personalities. The indifferent swordsman who killed his loved ones for his sword Dao, the free and unrestrained swordsman, the charismatic one with friends all over the martial art world, and even the drunkard swordsman. Every time I learned something fundamental about swords from these personas, I would awaken my memories and choose the next one." Wang Tian took a sip of tea. "Then, I turned myself into a sword and experienced what it was like. In a few hundred years, many swordsmen created legends with my sword. As a result, I learned the fundamental truth that the sword was a weapon of murder. Nothing else, nothing more." "You don't seem too happy about this discovery," remarked Wang Wei as he sensed his father's odd mood. "It's not that, since I've always known this." With his achievement in the sword, of course, he knew the fundamental purpose of the sword's existence. "I've loved the sword since I was 8, and my father gave me a wooden sword for practice. I named it Little Heaven, after my name, and I still preserve it. I was hoping to pass it on to you for your training. Well, you know how that turned out." Wang Wei gave his father a wry smile. It's not his fault that he was not a fan of most weapons. Wang Tian did not blame his son, since he was in a state of remembrance. "My love and passion for the sword have allowed me to travel far in its ways. But it also made me romanticize the sword, thinking it was more than a simple weapon. I thought it was beautiful, mighty, the best weapon, and the weapon of kings. Unfortunately, through cultivation, I found its essence as a tool created for death and slaughter. And a small part of me refused to accept this fact, until mortal dust. In the time he spent as a sword, he ended up in different people's hands. A blacksmith who admired the technique behind its creation. A king who used it as a symbol of power and authority. However, he always ended up being used as a tool for killing. For more chapters, please visit Pan 0. Come after removing that final reluctance, Wang Tian sublimated his state of mind, and his swordsmanship reached a higher realm. As long as you've figured things out, added Wang Wei. How strong are you now? Condense your most powerful attack into a sword chi, and let me see. Wang Tian did not hesitate because he knew how strong his son was before leaving. He raised his hand to condense a small sword the size of a toothpick. As expected, commented Wang Wei as he felt the power emanating from the sword chi. Middle level of 3-leaf. After you become a quasi-emperor, you will reach the peak with a slight chance of breaking into 4-leaf. He knew his father, and since Ji Lanfang had such potential, it made sense for his father to be on par with the latter. Chuips, Yu Yan smacked her lips in response. She left her son's embrace and chose to embrace her quiet daughter-in-law instead. What's wrong? After showing her my strength, she argued with me that she would still win if we had a heaven will battle in our generation, explained Wang Tian. Son, don't you think so? I do. Oh, come on. How come you're on her side? Countered Wang Tian. Firstly, it's not as challenging as you think to scheme against an immortal venerable. I'm sure Mom could do it given the right circumstances, said Wang Wei. Secondly, the only reason you've broken the boundary between mortal and immortal has much to do with circumstances. Now you are just blatantly disrespecting me. There are 3 main reasons for your current success. The fact that you had to stay so long in the Saint Realm, forced to polish your foundation beyond anything you could have achieved if there was a battle in your generation. The others are the Duyi realm and my force control skill. Wang Tian pondered for a moment and realized it was the truth. These things contributed most to his current strength. Of course, there were other factors. For example, he pushed himself beyond his limits when he saw how fast his son grew. Competition and drive can motivate anyone to improve beyond their limits. Be that as it may, I still think I would have won. Wang Wei shrugged his shoulders and did not take a side. He believed his mother would win simply because his father had a soft spot for her. If she exploited that weakness, he would not be able to resist. Of course, given how much she loved him, she might not be willing to take it that far. I have 2 things for you, said Wang Wei to change the topic. The first is a talisman from our ancestor, the Sword Empress. Wang Tian immediately became excited. He had never met a swordsman compared to him, so he idolized the ones from the past, and his ancestor was his favorite. Whenever he needed guidance in his swordsmanship, he would comprehend her heaven-slashing scripture or the sword will she left in the sect. He took the talisman with a childlike smile. He could not imagine the benefit he would receive from direct guidance from her. The second is the contact of a swordsman on par with you. Wang Wei then told him about his fight with Ji Lanfang. And Wang Tian became more excited. I cannot wait to exchange experiences with another fellow Daoist. He felt his luck was on the rise after the mortal dust. Alright, let's not talk about these boring things, commented Yu Yan as she caressed Wu Hong's hair. Daughter, when are you giving me my first grandson? Ask your son, she replied sheepishly. He's the one who doesn't want children. Wang Wei wanted to roll his eyes. They've talked about this and agreed on the matter. But now she has placed the blame on him. Flesh tribulation. Wang Wei spent the next few months with his parents, postponing his seclusion. Then he created a clone to socialize with him while his main body entered seclusion. Meanwhile, Wu Hong did the opposite as her main body entered seclusion while a clone spent time with Wang Wei's clone. The couple wanted to spend as much time together as possible. The first thing he did was Wang Just ceremony. The process required formations, a ritual, and other resources. After everything finished, his shadow connected to her shadow, transferring some of his power to her. A cocoon enveloped Wang Ju as she underwent a massive transformation. She will be a terrifying spy and assassin after inheriting 70% of Wang Wei's power and abilities, especially if she uses them correctly with her shadow law. Afterward, Wang Wei proceeded to condense his first black hole. With enough primordial star essence, he condensed a black hole countless times bigger than the observable universe back on Earth. He first checked whether there were any problems with his secondary artificial acupoints. Then, he checked whether there were any contradictions between the black holes in the 1962 main acupoints. After detecting no issue, he continued to condense black holes for a total of 10,000 second acupoints or a grand total of 19,962. After sensing that his body had reached saturation, Wang Wei stopped and clenched his fist to feel the power contained. 50 Primordial Dragon Force. He could now destroy 50% of a great thousand world with one attack. And that was not the only increase, but also overall defense, speed, regeneration, and survivability. It's coming, he thought after analyzing his body. An unknown power descended on him, and he knew it was from the true power Dao realm. His tribulation had arrived. Wang Wei lay on the ground to prepare. He suddenly felt something munched on his skin, making him groan. With his pain resistance, he would not blink an eye if he swallowed an entire sun, feeling every sensation as the heat burned his throat, liquefied his intestine, or charred his bones. However, the pain intensity was nothing he's ever experienced. Ancient Desolate explained to him this was one of the aspects of the flesh tribulation. The test knew the highest threshold of anyone participating and inflicted a higher level. The severity of the pain is one of the many reasons people cannot open the gate of pain or continue on this path. I can't believe having a high pain tolerance would work against me, thought Wang Wei. However, this was not even the end. He received information or a request to take all the tests together and choose how many of them to take at once. Wang Wei decided on all of them. He wanted to finish the test for the third level in one swoop. Ancient Desolate gave him some tips. The tribulation is divided similarly to the ancient desolate body refining scripture: skin, bones, blood, muscles and meridians, organs and cells. There will also be special tests for individuals with unique body refining techniques that do not involve these categories. Typically, Wang Wei needed to take these tests one by one in the primordial dragon realm. However, the ancient desolate emperor told him there would be some advantages if he took the tests together. He will receive a boost of strength afterward compared to if he took them individually. Meanwhile, the single test is to decide a body refiner's worthiness to continue walking on the true power Dao realm. After the request, the tribulation continued. Wang Wei experienced horrendous pain as he watched his skin rapidly disappear from his body, as if a creature enjoyed a pleasant meal with his body. Suddenly, an intense fear overwhelms his mind. Here we go, thought Wang Wei, trying to control his emotions. Watching his skin vanish, the fear of dying overcame his mind. Wang Wei knew this part of the test. His powerful soul, immune to most spiritual attacks, was useless on this occasion. The unknown power of the true power Dao realm did not care about his innate paragon soul. And his intuition told him that even if he removed his chains and accessed his spiritual strength, it would be pointless. Wang Wei had to rely on his willpower to bear the pain. His Dao heart and state of mind to fight this overwhelming fear. However, things became worse for him before getting better. After he turned into a macabre creature without skin, his muscles rapidly evaporated, exponentially increasing the pain and fear. Wang Wei was grunting and groaning, trying to keep the pain away. Meanwhile, he felt his mind was on the verge of cracking. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. He repeated these words over and over like an endless loop. However, things got worse for him since his organs were next. If Ancient Desolate were here, he would give Wang Wei a thumbs up for his crazy action. When he told the latter to take the test together, he meant 2 or 3 simultaneously, not everything at once. By the time Wang Wei was a creature with only bone, he was screaming despite having no vocal cords. His scream came deep from his soul. He watched the dissipation of his bones, and the fear intensified. With every cell that disappeared, he felt himself driving close to madness. And the pain did not help the situation. He could hear a whisper telling him to give up and abandon this path. And he desperately wanted to listen to it. How easy it would be to give up. For more chapters, please visit pan0. Why did he have to endure so much? If he wanted a strong body, he could just comprehend power law. There was no need to inflict this level of cruelty onto himself. It was not worth it. I give you. No, I can't give up. In this strange state where he has no corporeal form but still exists, Wang Wei discovered he could use the full power of his willpower. So, he tapped into that power. This action aided the situation, but it did not solve the problem. He hung on to this feeling of unwillingness and defiance. Memories of him floating in the endless void flashed in his mind. Back then, he also had to overcome his fear of death while fighting eons of loneliness. He did not give up then, so he would not give up now. He gritted his non-existent teeth and persevered. When only the last cell of his existence remained, his fear and pain reached an indescribable level. And when that cell also evaporated, he failed a crack in his spirit, pushing him to the verge of a mental breakdown. However, he drew on his experience of having his existence destroyed. He reined in all the fear and resisted the pain. He had to withstand such intensity for only 10 seconds, but each felt like a lifetime. 10 seconds later, the suffering ended, and his body was regenerated cell by cell. And since his fleshly body was linked to his primordial spirit, it also regrew. That was interesting, he muttered as he looked at his new body. This test took into account all his willpower and pushed it beyond his limit to test him. And he felt a real challenge for the first time in a while. Not to mention, this experience was a great way to temper the mind. 70 primordial dragon force, an increase of 20. Is this my reward? He muttered, satisfied given how difficult it is to advance in this realm. Not just this. He raised his hand, and the void trembled. He did not use any qi, law, or other aspects of his power. He materialized his willpower to achieve this feat. Wang Wei realized this experience had allowed him better control and access to his willpower. For the first time, he can use the strength of his willpower without damaging his body. Although it was only a portion, he always believed he needed to become a great emperor before taking that step. This is a good step, he muttered about his progress. Then, he exhaled deeply, thinking about the true power Dao realm. He always knew it was not a simple cultivation path. But today's tribulation confirmed his guess. He has many theories about the true power Dao realm. The best one is that it is the first power system ever. After the birth of the chaos universe, after the appearance of the first creatures, Wang Wei believed there were no innate life forms, at least not in a sense they were born powerful with innate laws. He believed these first creatures did not have a cultivation system but discovered the potential of the flesh in the form of the gate of power. The true power Dao was the first way creatures achieved immortality and eternity. There is more to his theory. He believes that the history of the eternal ascension world can be divided into eras. And in the first eras, there were no lower dimension and heaven wills. So, the creatures from that time relied on the true power Dao realm to cultivate. He once talked about this theory with Wu Hong, but she said she did not have memories of such history. But he was probably correct. Did you really take all the tests at once? P and a novel. Wang Wei turned to the sudden voice and saw his wife. Not bothered by how she bypassed his formation, he replied, yes. Wu Hong did not know what to say. She remembered her flesh tribulation. She had a whim and decided to try 3 simultaneously, and she did not forget that horror for a long time. In her career, she has met a few inextinguishable paragons or individuals who opened the gate of power. The number of people who could withstand 2 tests simultaneously could be counted on one hand. Most of them did so by accident since they knew little information about the horror of the test. Many unlucky individuals chose 2 or more tests for a while and failed, ending their dreams of walking on this path. 8. Heterogeneity. Wu Hong was impressed. She has always known her boy toy was talented and capable. And on a few occasions she was proud and impressed by him. But today, for the first time, she was impressed beyond words. She looked at him, eyes sparkling while gently biting her lower lips. Wang Wei immediately recognized the look in his wife's eyes. He smiled before they jumped on each other like primates in a zoo, doing the dirty with no shame or regard for the children's visitors. Moreover, he grew wilder when she even let him be on top. He went wild, losing himself in the embrace of passion and depravity. Wang Wei lay on the floor with Wu Hong on his arm. He was breathing heavily as if he had done the most intensive exercise. The bedroom is one of the few times he can experience mortal things like fatigue and lack of stamina. After taking a few minutes to regulate his breathing, he asked her, "I was wondering why my incarnations did not undergo the tribulations. There are already many restrictions on the unorthodox path, and it would be unfair if all the incarnations had to undergo the tribulation." "That makes sense," Wang Wei analyzed. "I guess the orthodox path only has to take once. They don't have to redoing it with each reincarnation." The two chatted for a moment before continuing to do their own things. Wang Wei had to test the limits of his body while getting acquainted with his new strength. He punched the formation before him. Boom. As expected, 7-leaf. His fleshly body only had this power, not considering his other source of power. And he could sense that he would have no problem increasing his power as long as he moved up in the true power Dao realm. Is this a way to remove the limit of 7-leaf? Or is this the result of my paragon soul and the incarnations? Wang Wei always suspected his soul was one of the reasons he barely had any bottlenecks in cultivation. He also suspected he would not have the immortal venerable limit that most cultivators have. However, he did not know the exact reason. Regardless, he knew that if people wanted to remove the limit, they could cultivate until the 3rd level of the true power Dao realm. He checked his body and smiled. In the early stages of his cultivation, his fleshly body has always been more powerful than his cultivation. However, the other aspects caught up after the void-shattering realm and the 9-extremity foundation. Now, his fleshly body was the most powerful aspect, at least for his main body. After admiring his perfect figure, he continued his seclusion, focusing on comprehending laws. Wang Wei had entered the mature Dao tree stage of the Saint Realm, and his domain was hundreds of times beyond the limit. Without the help of Gu Xian's pagoda, the process was extremely long, 20,000 years to be exact. And with the 360 future Buddha self, he spent 2 million years. He pushed the boundary of the Saint Realm with how deep of time he spent comprehending the law, especially with his talent. And yet, I still have a silver tree. He now understood achieving golden tree is now just about time spent comprehending laws. But also the mysterious baptism samsara Dao cultivators experience when they walk the path of 9-extremity. I still have to rely on the Fate Palace. He closed his eyes to sense the other incarnations. They had all finished their mission and tempered their bodies to the peak, including the Order incarnation. Wang Wei borrowed their power. 3 root. He did not achieve 4 root because the main body was still in the Saint Realm. He left seclusion to see his wife. Finish. Yes, he replied as he embraced her. Prepare to go through mortal dust before breaking through? Yeah. What was your mortal dust like? Mine? Let me remember, pausing for a moment. My early years were about proving my worth to the world. And by the Saint Realm, my state of mind had changed, but there was still a lingering flaw. For mortal dust, I became the only daughter of the most wealthy individual of a mortal kingdom, loved and cherished by everyone, a little princess. Then I was a princess adored by the kingdom, followed by a sovereign, the noblest individual in the kingdom. Afterward, I had some persona focused on my Dao. I was the best scholar in another kingdom. I remember these days arguing with these stinky scholars who could not accept a woman besting them. I was an artist focused on painting and sculpting. However, all my works were runes or patterns found in nature. Finally, my personas were people confined or sealed in different places. One spent her entire life in a house, never leaving its confine. The other was in prison. One of my personas spent a few days surviving inside a coffin. I learned a great deal about sealing in these experiences. For more chapters, please visit pan.0.l.com. How fascinating. Indeed, Wu Hong replied, reminiscing about the old days. Are you staying for a while or leaving now? I'm leaving. However, I have to go see Li Jun first. His parents were also in retreat. His father was receiving the Sword Empress guidance while his mother had to plan for the merit-proving method. He flew to Li Jun's mountains and the other was waiting for him with drinks. Where is Liling? She's refining pills. Wang Wei took the jar from him and took a sip. Since we now have karma washing water, why don't you unseal your wife and child? I want to see and spoil my nephew. Li Jun shook his head. Not until we become emperor, and I know for certain I can protect them. That's a good idea. He knew another reason was because of Yan Liling. It can cause trouble having the concubine with a wife present. And Li Jun is smart enough to understand how to navigate this kind of situation. After spending this generation with Liling and once they reached such a high realm in cultivation, many things will have different perspectives. This is for you, said Wang Wei as he handed him a book. What is it? I call it the 8 Heterogeneous Foundation, he explained. You will create 8 incarnations or clones since they are not connected to your existence. Anyway, you divide your soul into 8 perfect clones. Based on my previous sermon, 2 clones will cultivate a cultivation system based on essence, spirit, chi, and law. Then, you will fuse with them, boosting your foundation and achieving immortal strength. Li Jun scanned the book. There were 4 cultivation systems contained inside. Pure essence cultivation that focused on the body, pure chi cultivation, pure spirit, and law-based cultivation. The idea is that these clones would cultivate until the quasi-emperor realm. Then, Li Jun will fuse with them and use them to nourish his fleshly body, chi, soul, and law. As you can guess, this method has some flaws, continued Wang Wei. The fusion process will not be easy since the clones cultivate different cultivation systems, especially the chi clones. I've made it so they cultivate an energy compatible with the origin essence, but it could still cause trouble. He wanted a chi system that uses spirit chi. But he discovered spirit chi itself is a catalyst and cannot be directly used as an energy for a system. Or maybe, this is beyond Wang Wei's current ability. Lastly, I've discovered there will be a significant amount of impurities in the bodies due to fusing 2 different systems or Dao foundations. I've created an impurity-removing step, and you can use other resources. No, it's not a problem considering I don't have to comprehend existence for this method. True. As the first person who cultivates this method, you should not have a problem. However, Heavenly Dao might place some restrictions on it afterward. A cultivation method that allows individuals to break the barrier between mortal and immortal will definitely have some restrictions. However, Heavenly Dao operates similarly to a game master in a game. It can fix loopholes or bugs in a game, but the player who discovered it can keep the benefits. Better yet, let my mother and Yan Liling cultivate it simultaneously under the heaven hiding array. Let's take advantage of the situation to get the most benefit. He also wanted to include Tai Gang, but with the latter's talent, he doubted he could cultivate this technique. What about the resources? Li Jun asked. Cultivating these clones into the quasi-emperor realm was not cheap. With your contributions, there should be no problem. However, he also had to talk to his mom. He contacted her through divine sense to ask. She told him that her Yu clan could raise 8 other true monarchs, and he did not have to worry. Wang Wei told her to ask if she needed, and she reassured him that she would not be polite with her own son. I just remember, suddenly said Li Jun, did you contact Wang Ju? No, what's wrong? She's injured. Eating time. Is it DT on? Was Wang Wei's first thought. He knew the latter had the Sex Lord's shadow technique and should have cultivated a powerful shadow on par with Wang Ju. However, he quickly denied this possibility since Wu Hong sealed him too early. The techniques have specific requirements, and he could not have met them when he was sealed. Despite eliminating this possibility, Wang Wei realized it was about time for Tion to be released. He has to participate in the cleanup to acquire a token and fight in the final battle. From now on, he can no longer be at ease when doing things since he has someone who can match in power and use experiences to compensate for the tactics department. I'll go see her. Do you want me to go with you? It's fine. Focus on cultivating. Wang Wei teleported to the small world where Wang Ju was recuperating. When he saw her, he squinted. A part of her body was disappearing while the other half tried to prevent this from happening. She was too focused on saving her life that she could not respond to his presence. Luckily, he had access to the formations and did not have to use force. Someone or something has erased her time, analyzed Wang Wei. He could tell someone hit her with an attack that erased part of her past. And if Wang Ju did not have access to some of his time laws, she would have ceased to exist by now. No, not erase but ate. Wang Wei came closer to analyze the situation. If Wang Just time could be represented by a line similar to the fate line, the attack took a bit out of her timeline. The attack's purpose could only erase certain events in her life, or it could wipe her out of existence. Wang Wei raised his hand to manifest his time law, trying to fix the gap in Wang Just timeline and save her. He failed. He tried again after borrowing the power of his incarnations. No response. Wang Wei instantly deployed his domain to surround her and boost his strength. This attempt was also of no use. He then accessed the River of Time, which should contain records of Wang Just timeline. He used the records to recreate her timeline and fix the gap. What level of time Dao is this? His attempt at even using the River of Time failed. This is not something even he can do. Fate surpasses time, so let's try that. He connected to the River of Fate and found Wang Just's fate line. Using the record of her life in the fate line, he fixed the part that was eating. There was great resistance, but he succeeded in the end. Wang Ju stopped disappearing from reality and opened her eyes. Sect Master, thank you for saving me. This experience was horrifying. Having hundreds of years of her life vanished from her memories, having to question her sanity on whether these events occurred before slowly watching her dissipate from the world. What happened? Who did this? The upper dimension people, she replied, making Wang Wei frown. Although you can only use 70% of my main Bodhis power, only Immortal Venerable and above could injure you. And there is that strange time technique. It was a trap, explained Wang Ju. I was investigating some suspicious people when I discovered the possible existence of another alliance against you. My investigation led me to a strange heaven-chosen who seems to use insects. However, it was a trap. When I further investigated, they were prepared. They knew about the Lord Shadow technique and had a light-based formation that could affect my shadow status and weaken my access to your strength. Many thoughts flashed in Wang Wei's mind after hearing this. But he let continue without saying a word. Luckily, I've acquired some of your intuition and felt danger. Before they completely deploy the array, I used the talisman you gave me to create a hole and flee. Unfortunately, someone hit me with a strange time technique. Was it a person who attacked you or an item? I'm sorry, but I can't remember. Everything proceeded too quickly, and I did not have time to detect the surroundings. It's fine, Wang Wei replied. What's your analysis on this event? These people knew the Lord Shadow technique quite well, most likely from the upper dimension Dao opening sect. They came prepared with the knowledge, ready to deal with you through eliminating me. You are probably correct. Wang Wei thought deeper about the situation. Time Eater is involved. Wang Just attack suits perfectly for the latter's name. Furthermore, he is one of the paragons who did not participate in the ultimate taboo and knew and interacted with his ancestors. There is a high chance that he knew the Shadow Ruler, interacted with him, and even competed with the latter. You need to be more careful from now on. I will. Wang Ju also realized she was too intoxicated with her newfound power and was slightly careless. I have to go through mortal dust. When I'm done, I will refine a talisman for you to access all my powers. Wang Wei was slightly annoyed as he kept discovering the flaws of the unorthodox way of the Nine Extremity Dao Foundation. For more chapters, please visit pan0.com. Thank you, Sect Master. But do you need the fate shadow guards to protect you secretly? Mortal dust is a moment of weakness for many cultivators since they usually seal their memories and strength. Although they can instantly regain it when attacked, it is still a moment of vulnerability that can be exploited. No, Shadow One is in charge of protecting me. I see. Wang Ju was slightly disappointed but felt relieved since her young master's safety was what truly mattered. I wonder if I can become Shadow 1 instead of Shadow 3? She quickly removed this intrusive thought from her mind since she knew such a request would cause a seniority issue that could lead to real problems. Do you remember what the runes of the formation looked like? Asked Wang Wei, not knowing her inner turmoil about being called Shadow 3 in the future despite being the most powerful shadow. I do remember some of them. She did not see the entire thing, but she saw a good portion of it after he saw the light emanating from the runes. Write them down and have the sect analyze them. Since you said it was light-based, they can consult my mother. As you wish. Do you know where Yuzhou is? Wang Wei decided to eliminate him even if there was no evidence to prove he was innocent. Anyway, since he is a heaven chosen, he is his enemy, and if he were a spy from the upper dimension, he would have eliminated an unstable factor of the world. And he could still kill a few heaven chosens without affecting his son of era title. Wang Ju did not immediately explain but checked the Fate Shadow's headquarters for information. He disappeared after the trap. We currently do not have his location. He's not in the Soul Race's small world? No. That was more suspicious. Forget it. He has to show up for the cleanup. Wang Wei ordered her to keep up her work before going to say his goodbyes. Then, he headed to a mortal world for his mortal dust. Primordial chaos, outside the Eternal Ascension world. 7 people fought an enormous creature with dark red skin and 2 horizontal black horns that almost met before his forehead. Its body was muscular, displaying its developed muscle. It has leather pants and boots on, and these items shone with magical light, indicating their value. Primordial laws flowed out of his body as he fought all 7s. The battle lasted a few days, with at least 6 of the others slightly injured. But the creature was perfectly intact. Even his skin was not broken. The creature looked at one of the 7 and then at the Eternal Ascension before leaving. He treated primordial chaos as its home as it navigated its endlessness like a pool in his backyard. That's the 7th attack in the past 100 years, commented Undead Phoenix. More should be coming. They could tell these attacks were nothing but testing the situation. We need to do something, added Earth Emperor. The 2 sons seemed occupied and told them to deal with the situation. Do what? This should just be the beginning, added Blood Dragon. Damn Chiuan, snarked 5 Feather Phoenix. The current situation is because of the all-seeing temple's predictions. Many people in the Chaos universe believe the Eternal Ascension world will be responsible for the upcoming chaos and want to either deal with them or enter to prepare. There is no point in complaining. We need solutions, reiterated Earth Emperor. What about the previous recruitment plan? As long as some potential paragons side with us, we can increase our power. Most of them do not want to associate with us, replied Blood Dragon. He tried to entice Chen Tong and a few other people in Limbo, but they all looked at him in disdain. I still do not agree with this method, countered 5 Feather Phoenix. We do not need to share our power and resources. I don't believe him going to say this, but I agree with her, added Undead Phoenix. Then, what do we do once the situation is beyond our control? Asked Twin Flower. Don't we have the sons? They can protect the Eternal Ascension world with their power. Mortal Dust L. Are you sure you want to do this line of work? Asked Big Mouth, a fat and muscular man. That's the best way to describe his appearance. His arms were muscular and well-defined, his legs thicker than a tree, but his belly might mistake him for a pregnant woman. Of course, there was his oddly shaped big mouth. Yes, sir, replied a slightly thin young man dressed in coarse clothes. However, despite his social status, indicated by his clothes and seeking employment, he had an odd charm around him that caught people's attention. However, they could never pinpoint or describe what his appeal was. It takes guts to do this job. Can you handle it? No problem, sir. Grunted Big Mouth. You're a little too skinny. Don't look at my appearance. But I have divine strength. The young man looked around and easily picked up a large saber weighing a few hundred genes with one hand. Big Mouth's eyes lit up. He initially accepted this lad Yanwei because one of his acquaintances called for a favor and because not many people were willing to do this dirty job. However, he became convinced after meeting the latter and seeing his respectful nature and strength. Good. Come tomorrow at dawn. I'll begin your training. Yanwei immediately bowed and profusely thanked him for this opportunity. He rushed home with excitement. The next day he arrived an hour before dawn, when night still loomed over the world. Big Mouth also arrived an hour early, and he was surprised when he saw the young lad waiting for him before the prison. The cocks haven't even crowed yet. Why are you here? I didn't want to be late. I like spunky people like you. I hope you can last long. So far, he was satisfied with the new employee. Discipline is one of the key traits to succeed in anything. Big Mouth took the keys hanging on his side and opened the door, leading Yanwei through the corridor. The young lad looked at the cells and people imprisoned. The majority looked miserable and dressed poorly. But a few looked like nobles, so he guessed they were either corrupt ministers or people who offended even more powerful individuals. Big Mouth did not say much as he walked to 3 different cells and walked out with a prisoner. Then he led them to another section of the prison. Normally, I don't have this kind of authority. But since I need to train you, I can do this. Big Mouth led the prisoners to a platform and placed the first one in a device where his neck is shown and his hands tied behind his back. He took a blade and raised it above his head. The key is to have no hesitation, aim for the neck, and use all your strength, or the head won't fall. Yanwei watched with horror as blood spilled on the ground. Although he already knew what job he was applying for, it was completely different to experience it personally. Suddenly, he felt his breakfast rushing to his throat, and he swallowed it back. So, you didn't throw up? Better than the previous guy, commented Big Mouth after seeing the young lad's pale complexion. Let's see how you do when it's your turn. He changed to another prisoner and handed Yanwei the blade. He took the blade with trembling hands. Breathe in and out, instructed Big Mouth. The first time is usually the hardest. Yanwei followed his direction and breathed in and out. He effortlessly raised the blade above his head. But as he glanced at the prisoner's neck, he could not find the strength to drop it. Big Mouth did not give him any motivational words like this person was the most heinous criminal. He waited to see the young lad's capabilities. Yanwei hesitated for more than a minute. Then he gritted his teeth and dropped the blade, cutting the head off cleanly. As he watched the result of his actions, he rushed to the side of the platform and hurled everything inside his stomach. He did not stop after an entire minute of vomiting. Well, at least it was not messy, said Big Mouth as he patted the ladder's shoulder. How can it get messy? The last guy did not use enough strength. The head was not cleanly cut off, showing the inside. Plus, the prisoner was screaming and had to chop more than 3 times before things ended. Yanwei felt like throwing up again. Don't be such a wuss. Anyway, this is the easiest part of the job. How can it get worse? You'll see. For more chapters, please visit Pan 0. Yanwei did not wait long to know what his superior said. A week later, after participating in a few public executions, he began to become acquainted with this job. He still felt squeezy at the fact he had killed people, but he had begun to become numb to the sensation. Then, everything worsens after that execution. Big Mouth had to travel to another city, and he was the only one left. And a big case occurred. Some ministers committed treason or something, and the governor ordered the execution of his entire family. At first, everything proceeded smoothly. The only issue Yanwei had was how he had to kill so many people consecutively, which was a first for him, especially without Big Mouth supports. However, the subsequent executions hunted him. Please spare us. Our family is innocent, screamed a woman, one of the many concubines of the treacherous minister. Yanwei had to wear a mask that only showed his eyes, and they trembled after hearing this. He gritted his teeth and prepared the woman. I'm begging you, please don't do this. Our family did nothing wrong. We were wrongly accused. The woman screamed and argued with him during the process. Yan Wei raised his blade, but when he saw the pleading look in her eyes, his body once again quivered. He questioned himself, but as the supervisor of the execution asked him if there was a problem, he only shook his head before dropping the blade. It took every ounce of the strength of Yan Wei's body to prevent himself from violently reacting. However, his heart palpitations did not stop no matter what he did. Amidst people's screams calling for their innocence, he mindlessly chopped people's heads. However, he was in a daze after killing that woman. His body moved, but his mind was elsewhere. It was like he watched himself from a three-dimensional point of view, observing the actions of a stranger. However, something brought his spirit back to reality. The last people to execute were children. The youngest was only 8 years old. When Yan Wei dropped that blade, something in him broke. He could not forget that child's eyes, full of fear, ignorance, and innocence. In her eyes, he saw a future that could have been. She could have become a great scholar, mother, healer, artisan, poet, and so many possibilities. But his blade ended these futures. In the prison, Yan Wei drank non-stop while sitting beside his execution blade. He did not know how long he drank until he heard footsteps. "How are you doing?" asked Big Mouth, but he received no response. The veteran executor knew how to deal with this situation, so he left before returning with some food. He sat next to the youngling and drank with him. "People should not be able to kill each other," Yan Wei suddenly said. "What do you mean?" "No one should have the power to end someone else's fate. Such power should not be in the hands of mortals. No, even immortals should not have such power." "A world where people cannot be killed? That would be interesting. Unfortunately, this is not possible. And even if it was, I'm sure there would be some other trouble," commented Big Mouth. "Like what? Do you think there wouldn't be any problem if everyone were immortal? Society would collapse in a very short time." "Pa, nd. A novel, I don't mean for everybody to be immortal. I mean that people should not be able to kill others. But dying of natural death, aging, or sickness is fine. What about criminals? They can be imprisoned and rot in jail for eternity. I still feel it is a naive idea. If such a world like this existed, these innocent people would not have died. You don't know if they were really innocent or just lying to save themselves," argued Big Mouth. "In what world will an 8-year-old child not be innocent? It's a shame what happened, but the son has to bear the crime of the father." "What a stupid thing to say," replied Yan Wei before spitting on the ground, disdain all over his face. Big Mouth sighed and ignored his disrespect, knowing what the young lad was going through. He experienced the cruelty of this job. But after so many years, he was now used to it. He patted Yan Wei on the shoulder. "Don't drink on an empty stomach. Go to bed, and tomorrow, decide whether you want to continue this line of work." Mortal Dust. Big Mouth watched a young man with a cold and emotionless face casually chop the head of 2 noble women. The latter did not bat an eye, there was no change in his expression, and he did not even care to hide his face. This kid changed so much in just 2 years. Big Mouth was worried since this was the first time he had to deal with this situation. Most people would become numb to the constant killing and take things like drinking and visiting brothels to deal with the guilt. However, the new hire, Yan Wei, became cold and emotionless, worrying him that something terrible would happen to the young lad. "Yan Wei, come here." The lad calmly walked before his employer, staring directly into Big Mouth's eyes. "I'm going to Red Tree City. Come with me." Big Mouth did not give him the time to reject it and stated it was an order. The next day, the Big Belly Man took the young lad to Red Tree City, a place known for its vibrant lifestyle and the red light district. He hoped Yan Wei could get out of whatever headspace the latter was on and meet some new people. Regrettably, Yan Wei remained quiet during the entire journey. The only time he reacted was after arriving. Numerous people surrounded 2 people, a fat youngster dressed in embroidery clothes and another malnourished youngster in coarse garments. The fat noble constantly kicked the other on the floor, swearing at the latter for dirtying his clothes. Everybody watched with empathy in their eyes, but no one dared do anything. They can only pray that the noble has enough and leave the youngster alone. "Don't look," said Big Mouth as he dragged Yen Wei from the large crowd. "Who is that?" asked Yen Wei. "The Lai family's third young master. The Lai family is the richest family in the surrounding prefecture. Don't mess with them." Yen Wei did not say anything. He followed Big Mouth around the city with the same blank look. They stayed at an inn for the night, and Big Mouth prepared to continue the tour tomorrow. He did not want to give up so easily. However, the following day he walked inside Yen Wei's room, trying to control his trembling body. "Third young master is dead." "Who's third young master?" asked Yen Wei. "Lai family. His head was chopped off in a back alley." "Oh." Big Mouth clenched his hands as he stared directly at the youngster. "Did you have something with his death?" No. He could not tell whether this was the truth or not. In the end, he took a deep breath to calm down. "The entire city is on lockdown by the Lai clan. You better hope you had nothing to do with this murder." For the next week, no one could enter and leave Red Tree City. The Lai clan searched every nook and cranny to find the killer. At first, nothing proceeded smoothly until the last day when they found a man with the blade that killed their third young master. The person tried to deny it, but the evidence was in his possession. However, the clan still wanted to interrogate him to find the motive behind his actions. Unfortunately, the man died due to poisoning. The conclusion was that someone hired him for the job and eliminated him to prevent him from talking. The Lai clan had many enemies, and they concluded this was an attack on them. During the entire week, Big Mouth was on edge, fearing someone would barge into their inn and arrest the two of them. But after the Lai clan lifted the lockdown, he left in relief. Nevertheless, part of him still believed the youngster Yen Wei had something to do with that murder. Soon after returning to their city, Yen Wei began to learn martial arts. And soon, the latter displayed his incredible talent. He could learn most techniques after seeing them once. Yen Wei even acquired a breathing technique that absorbed spiritual qi between heaven and earth to strengthen the body. Adding his natural divine strength, he was a born martial art genius. All these improvements should have been positive, but Big Mouth could not stop remembering what occurred in Red Tree City and feared something would happen. Part of him hoped Yen Wei would quit his job and use his newfound strength to make a living. Regrettably, 3 years passed, and Yen Wei was the same. His face was cold and emotionless, always doing his job without any expression, remorse, or guilt, no matter who the prisoner was. At first, Big Mouth thought he maybe was being too sensitive, and things would return to a certain level of normalcy. However, he soon began to notice the disappearance of people in Droplet City, where they lived. First, it was nothing but criminals the law did not catch. Then, it was corrupt government officials, nobles, martial artists, and wealthy merchants. Then, bang! Hundreds of armed soldiers barged into the prison, surrounding Yen Wei. "What is the meaning of this?" Yen Wei asked before he saw someone in the middle of the soldiers. "Big Mouth. I can't allow you to continue your rampage," said Big Mouth with a slight pain in his voice. He always blamed him for allowing this youngster with a bright future to fall down this rabbit hole. "Don't try to deny it. The government has gathered enough evidence that leads to you." "Why are you doing this?" "I am an emissary of fate, delivering their final judgment to these scums," Yen Wei replied coldly. "Scums? I can understand your actions for the criminals. But what about the innocent people you killed? That's only because of their poor luck. I put the name of every person in this city in a bowl and chose one at random. The selected person will receive a final judgment from fate, from me." "Who are you to decide people's fate?" roared Big Mouth. "Who is a nobleman to decide the fate of a poor countryman?" rebutted Yen Wei. "He does it because he has the strength to." Big Mouth looked at this youngster with red eyes. He knew the person he knew was long gone. And nothing he did would change that fact. "Get him." The soldiers rushed with their weapons to arrest or permanently eliminate Yen Wei. Unfortunately, his martial art was truly superb. He used the room or environment to his benefit and ran away with severe injuries. A few months later, the fate killer struck again by stealing names from the magistrate, selecting them randomly, and massacring everyone chosen. And from now, this became his modus operandi. Whenever he traveled, he would repeat the same things. Unfortunately, his actions offended countless martial arts sects and the government, leading to an alliance to eradicate him. Yan Wei fought a legendary battle for 3 days against the coalition of martial artists and the government. Unfortunately, his ultimate end was being stabbed by dozens, if not more, weapons. Wang Wei dug himself out from his grave. Being corrupt by the power of fate? I've never thought about that, he muttered. His goal has always been to control fate, but he never thought about the possible side effects of his actions. Well, he thought about them, but he always believed his cultivation and state of mind should be on par with the task by the time he could achieve such a feat. However, he realized this might not always be true. Maybe nothing is incorruptible, including Grand Dao, he muttered as his eyes lit up. This experience taught him that he should always be on the lookout and be vigilant to prevent corruption of his mind when he can control the power of fate of the entire chaos universe and beyond. He disappeared before reappearing in Droplet City. He stood before a grave. Wang Wei cleaned it up and placed some flowers. An 8-year-old child, how young and innocent. He thought while also pondering whether to revive her. With his mastery of life and death, it's as easy as eating for him to revive a mortal child. However, he shook his head. He knew fate was cruel. Every day, millions of innocent women and children die because fate has determined their lives and outcome. And one day, he has to get used to that cruelty before he can bend everything to his whim. Wang Wei stayed before the grave for a while before disappearing. He learned his lesson and will approach his goal of being free and unfettered by controlling fate with more prudence. He did not want to slowly lose his mind like Yan Wei, corrupted by the power he wielded. After leaving, he proceeded to his next persona, the king of an interesting kingdom. Wang Wei hoped he could also learn something valuable from this experience. He hoped to learn something from all his persona for this mortal dust. Mortal Dust 3. Inside a medium wooden house, a woman had dinner ready as she waited for her husband. She sat in a chair, waiting for at least a few hours before a man entered the room. After seeing someone waiting for him, the man's face became stiff. "Honey, where have you been?" asked the wife. "I went to Shi Yao's house to help him on his farm. It's been more than hours since the sun has set." She looked at the food on the table. "And the food is already cold. I'm sorry. I didn't pay attention to time. And when I realized how late it was already dark outside." The wife did not immediately reply. She stared at the food she had spent hours cooking before sighing out loud. "Who is she? What are you talking about? Don't treat me like I'm stupid. I know you're cheating, and I want to know the other woman's identity." No, honey. In the name of the death-controlling king, I swear there is no other woman." "I don't believe you," replied the wife. "I want a divorce." "Nothing but this," said the husband as he knelt before his wife. "Please, forgive me. I won't do it again. I've forgiven you 3 times already. And each time, you promised me you would not do it again. But then?" The husband did not know what to say. "It's because you know I'll forgive you that you keep doing it." "Well, I've had enough," continued the wife. "Tomorrow, I will apply to the magistrate to annul our marriage." After saying that, the wife stood from her chair to walk toward the bedroom. No, muttered the husband. According to the kingdom's law, he would lose more than half of his property farm because of his infidelity after the divorce. Then, there is the stigma associated with a divorced man. He did not want to live his life like this, shunted by his community. The husband's eyes suddenly turned red, and he lost his mind. He took one of the knives on the table and rushed straight into his wife's back, stabbing her more than a dozen times. When the husband regained his mind, he found blood all over his clothes, and he was holding a knife. His wife of 7 years was bleeding heavily on the ground. The husband took a step back, questioning what he had done. However, before he could think properly, something magical occurred. The wounds on his wife magically healed, and her pale complexion returned to normal. The scene scared the husband, so he instinctively stabbed her again. However, a magical shield manifested out of nowhere and protected her. The husband watched the fear and dread in his wife's eyes, and a new realization dawned on him. Without wasting time, he rushed outside the house. Unfortunately for him, people from the kingdom's public security had already surrounded his home. And when they saw the blood on his clothes, they took their weapons. Then the leader said to the husband, "We have detected an attempted murder in this location. And according to the law, killing is an illegal act." The husband did not resist since he knew it was pointless. The patrolman from the Public Security Bureau arrested him before taking the wife's statement. Attempted murder is one of the highest crimes in the empire, so the husband will probably spend the rest of his life in a dark cell. Undying Kingdom, Royal Palace. The death-controlling king, Li Wei, sat on his throne, overlooking his ministers. "Is this necessary?" he asked. "Yes, Your Majesty," replied the Prime Minister. "These people have committed the greatest sins and must be executed. Furthermore, our prisons are getting too crowded. We must either eliminate some people or build more." Li Wei did not immediately respond. A few minutes later, he sighed before waving his hand to manifest a black talisman that would release a strange black and white light. "All the citizens of this kingdom are immortal, but only the king has the power to strip this immortality from them. I need you to supervise the entire thing," ordered the king. "As you wish." Li Wei dismissed everybody and stayed in the throne room. He sat for hours, alone with his thoughts. He was only disturbed when Queen Wang Hong entered the room with today's dinner. "Are you all right?" she asked as she checked his forehead for temperature. "You've been distracted, even dazed, the past few days. You remember how this kingdom started?" She did remember. Back then, they were struggling to feed themselves and survive. So, her husband took a job as an executioner since it was good pay, and few people wanted to do this dirty job. However, after being forced to kill a family that was most likely innocent, he began to question things, including his sanity. Then, one day, an immortal came to see him and offered him the power to create a kingdom where everybody was undying, a kingdom where only he could decide a person's fate, including life and death. Ever since that day, I've been thinking about why the immortal chose me for this mission. I wonder if there is a reason. We've had this conversation before. We cannot fathom the immortal's mind. So, for the sake of our family and this kingdom, don't think about these things, pleaded his wife. If only things were this easy, argued the husband. I can't sleep peacefully if I don't think about it. Queen Wang Hong sighed. All right, I'll indulge you. Did you find a reason? I thought the immortal wanted to test me. Well, not me but mortals in general. Test whether we would succumb when given absolute power. So, in the past 15 years since the establishment of this kingdom, I've done my best not to let power corrupt me. The queen knew it was not an easy task. Her husband is the only individual capable of granting death to people in this kingdom. And with such power, he has done an excellent job of not abusing his power and becoming a ruler dedicated to serving the people. When things do not go his way, when he loses control of his emotions, or when confronted with the vilest part of the human mind, it takes a lot of willpower not to abuse such power. Im sensing a but? Asked the queen. Yes. I feel that this is not the correct conclusion. What exactly do you expect to achieve? Asked the queen. You yourself are nothing but a mortal with no real power. So, how would you be able to identify the purpose of such an unfathomable being as the immortal? The king did not reply. I understand how you feel, continued the queen. I also want answers. But I care more about our survival. So, please think twice before you do anything stupid. The king followed her advice throughout his entire reign. Whenever he had to make any decisions, especially regarding his powers, he would think twice. Nevertheless, he never stopped trying to figure out the purpose of his existence, why he had such power. At 93 years old, the king lay in bed, death approaching him. The old queen stood by his side, also ready to journey into the afterlife with him. I figured it out. Well, I figured something out. What is it? What if fate wanted something from me, just like the immortal wanted something from the king? What if my desire to become free and unfettered was an objective granted to me by fate because it wanted something from me? Wanted what? someone to control it, or someone to create it. After all, time is not linear. I believe you called such phenomenon temporal causality loop, added the queen. Yes. Fate created me so I can create it, muttered Wang Wei as his eyes became more brilliant. Although this might be a nonsensical idea, I need to watch out for this possibility. And how are you going to do that? Wang Wei did not answer her, but he muttered to himself, Grand Daoist river of fate, my river of fate. As he regained his memories, power, and youth, he felt something had changed because of his enlightenment. He raised his hand to manifest 9 small magnificent buildings in the palm of his hand. There was 1 in the middle and 4 on the left and right that orbited the central one. Are those your fate palaces? Asked Wu Hong as she sensed the power fate these things emanated. Yes, he replied. Something seems to have changed with them after my enlightenment, but I can't tell what it is. Wu Hong looked at them. The Fate Palace is a form of spiritual foundation connected to your cultivation realm. The reason you only have 9 is that you are still immortal. After proving the Tao, you can condense the 10th and know what the change is. Do you know something? No, but I have some guesses. Wang Wei did not continue asking, but his intuition told him the Fate Palaces became more than tools he used to achieve 5 root strength in his 9-extremity Tao foundation. He dispersed the Fate Palaces before looking at his wife. Couldn't you let me have a harem during my mortal dust? If you want to lose access to Little Wei, you can try. I won't argue with you. I'm better than that. Wang Wei then left for his other persona. He became an assassin tasked with dealing with corrupt officials. This person involved the concept of being the sword of fate. After spending his life as an assassin, the king ordered his execution once he was no longer helpful. He learned of his possible eventual fate if he was not careful in his path of controlling fate, especially if his theory was correct. The following persona was a person who controlled a kingdom from the shadow. Despite not being the sovereign of that dynasty, that person could control the fate of every individual in the kingdom, including the sovereign and other royal family members. Ultimately, he died after someone close to him betrayed him. Wang Wei learned how fickle fate could be. A person might think they are controlling or playing with fate, but fate is also playing with them. Finally, Wang Wei decided to use the science and technology world for the remaining of his mortal dust. Mortal Dust 4. A high school boy laid his head on the desk, deep in sleep. It was a period of self-study, and the teacher had not arrived, so the students could not contain their restlessness. They enjoyed every second of their freedom. And despite the noise and chaos, the student sleeping next to the window did not wake up. Fatty June, his best friend, knew the teacher was fast approaching and he would get in trouble if caught sleeping. So he walked to his best friend, Wang Wei, to try to wake him up. Before he succeeded, the latter suddenly stood up from his desk with a look of shock followed by confusion. Fate Nexus, my death, muttered Wang Wei before becoming even more confused. He did not know what these words meant. He just had a vivid dream that told him he would die at a very young age. Typically, he would ignore such a thing as nothing but a dream. But for some reason, he believed in that dream. Are you all right? Asked Fatty June. I'm fine. Just drowsy from the nap. Well, Teacher Long is on his way, so be presentable, especially since he doesn't like you very much. Wang Wei nodded before removing a bottle of water from his backpack and washing his face. He did not want the teacher to use his appearance to cause trouble for him. During the entire self-study class, Wang Wei pretended to be studying, but he was distracted, thinking about that dream. Luckily for him, this class was today's last, and he rushed home as soon as school ended. He called his chauffeur to take him home. And as soon as he arrived, his mother asked him why he did not stay for after-school activities or attend his private lessons. Mom, I think I'm dying. Yu Yan stopped cooking and looked up and down at his son. If he did not know his son was usually a good student, she would have used the spatula to teach him a lesson for saying something so ominous. Boy, what are you talking about? After hearing her son's explanation, she really wanted to beat him up. It's just a dream, she reassured him. But it's not. Yu Yan wanted to rebut him, but she stopped herself when she saw the determination in his eyes. For some reason, she believed him, or at the very least, decided to indulge him. "What do you want me to do?" Wang Wei was shocked since he did not think that far. After pausing for a moment, "Let's go to the hospital. Maybe there is something wrong with my body." "Fine," replied Yu Yan as she contacted their primary physician. Their family can be considered wealthy elites, so it was not a big deal to use the most extensive and expansive medical tests to reassure his son. An hour later, Yu Yan had already texted her husband about the situation while taking Wang Wei to the nearest hospital. Wang Wei asked the doctors to run all possible tests, and they acquiesced. And when he saw Dr. Yen walk into the room with a serious look, he knew his hunch was correct. "Dr. Yen, is something wrong with my son?" asked Yu Yan as she also felt something was odd. The doctor arranged her hair before answering. This was a habit she had when stressed or needed to deal with an anxiety-ridden situation. "Madam Yu Yan, I don't know how to tell you this," said Dr. Yen in a plain but reassuring voice. "We have detected a genetic anomaly in your son." "What does that mean?" asked Yu Yan, trying hard to control herself. "This anomaly has only recently been detected, and be direct, doctor," said Wang Wei, making her sigh. "You won't live past 35 years of age." Yu Yan immediately wanted to break down. However, she knew it was not the time. "Is there anything you can do? This anomaly has only been recently detected. And with our technology, there is nothing that can be done." "What about genetic warriors?" she hurriedly asked. "His father is one of the few third-level genetic warriors in the world. Maybe he can do something." Dr. Yen was slightly surprised. Although she had these people as patients for quite some time, she did not expect them to be a family of genetic warriors, especially a third-level one. More than 20 years ago, an alien ship crashed on this planet. And from the remains, the people of Blue Ocean Planet were introduced to the genetic warrior, a method for humans to actively evolve and control the process. Unfortunately, most of the ship's records could not be recuperated, and scientists only retrieved the first 3 levels. And in these short 20 years, any individual who can become a third-level genetic warrior is exceptionally talented. "I don't know much about the detail of genetic warriors," continued Dr. Yen. "So, I can't say for sure. But I know that he can't reach the first level with his genetic mutation." Yu Yan could no longer control her tears. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was quiet, left to his thoughts. Yu Yan thought her son had difficulty processing this news, which further broke her heart. She took her cell phones and contacted her husband. Less than 5 minutes later, everyone in the hospital heard a booming sound from outside before the entire building trembled for a brief moment. Then, Wang Tian came rushing inside the room. "Let me see the result," he asked directly while hugging his family. As a genetic warrior, he had an in-depth understanding of the gene. And after analyzing it, the light in his eyes faded a little. Luckily, he was prepared and hid it from his wife and son. Back home, the family had a quiet dinner. No one knew what to say. That same night, Yu Yan convinced his son to sleep in the same bed as her. Meanwhile, Wang Tian went to use his contacts. He traveled all over the planet and met with the planet's best doctors, scientists, and genetic warriors. He only returned home 3 days later. "How did it go?" asked Yu Yan over the dinner table. The quiet Wang Wei looked at his father, hope deep in his eyes. Unfortunately, Wang Tian shook his head, sending the family into despair. "Don't give up yet," he hurriedly said. "I will go to prehistoric continent to see if I can find something." Everyone became quiet. The alien spaceship did not only bring forth evolution for humans. In the continent it first landed, it released some unknown substance that forcefully accelerated the evolution of all life forms. Animals, plants, and even some inorganic life forms appeared. As a result, the entire continent became inhabitable, forcing large-scale migration. The prehistoric continent contained many creatures, many on par with genetic warriors. There are even rumors there are 4th-level creatures deep in the continent. Unfortunately, satellites cannot properly capture images or information on that continent. The Blue Ocean Federation tried to drop numerous nuclear bombs on the continent to deal with these powerful creatures. Unfortunately, a powerful attack prevented these bombs from landing. Furthermore, the power of technology has drastically been reduced on the prehistoric continent. This is too dangerous, argued Yu Yan. It's worth it to save our son's life. Yu Yan choked her counterargument. She could not disagree with this sentiment. In that case, I'll start training as well. If I become a genetic warrior, I can help you. And who will stay with Xiao Wei? I'll be fine, replied Wang Wei. No, you won't, cried Yu Yan as she knew her husband was correct. She also knew he wanted to undergo all the danger by himself. After dinner, Wang Tian quickly left. Wang Wei asked his mother for some time alone to think. While sitting on his bed, Wang Wei thought about his life. He had a bright future ahead of him, a good brother in the shape of Fatty June, and he hoped to declare his love for the school's flower, Wu Hong. Unfortunately, everything changed after one nap. I must take matters into my hands, he muttered before going to sleep. The next day, Wang Wei began to focus on his studies. He usually was in the top 5 of the school. But now, he turned into a study tyrant, always with a book in his hand. He ignored all other after-school activities. He forwent socializing or even interacting with people. He only studied. In just 1 year, at 16, he graduated high school and scored in the top percentile on the planet during the college exam. Wang Wei applied to Blue United University, the best university on the planet, sponsored by the Federation. His major was biology with a focus on genetics. He completed a 6-year course in just 3 years, graduating at the young age of 19. In a lab, Wang Wei looked at a recent blood test result. I've already started to decline. The numbers looked slightly off, but he knew this was the beginning of his decline. Suddenly, his phone rang and he answered, Xiao Wei, when are you coming home? I haven't seen you in 3 years. Mom, I also want to see you, replied Wang Wei with a sigh. But I don't have time. Yu Yan became quiet on the other side. She could not blame her son for trying to save himself. But as a mother, she had to watch her family slowly fall apart as her husband kept adventuring in that dangerous place, and her son tried to beat the clock. How about I come live with you? No, replied Wang Wei. He did not want to be cold, but he already theorized how alarming his decline would be. And he did not want his mother to watch him slowly die. Where are the things I asked for? He changed the topic. Your father has paid for a top-of-the-line research facility for you. However, according to him, you have to recruit personnel yourself. Wang Wei did not mind since he knew geneticists are extremely valuable in this age of genetic warrior. Everyone, from the government to private corporations, will do anything to recuperate, even a mediocre one, because of the hope of finding a way to create a 4th-level genetic warrior. Wang Wei knew he would not have as much problem recruiting people since he had made a slight name for himself in the community with some of the papers he released in the past 3 years. Mortal Dust v. Exploring the limits of genetic engineering, the future of genetic diversity, implications and challenges, the path of genetic medicine, discovery of the gene core, and the correlation between genes and energy life forms. In the past 5 years, with non-stop research and unrestrained funding, Dr. Wang Wei has changed people's understanding of the genome. His discoveries in gene medicine have reduced the threshold to becoming a genetic warrior, thus pushing the planet into a new era of fast evolution. Unfortunately, such a genius, considered a gift to humanity, does not have long in this mortal world. Maybe God or the heavens envied his talent and cursed him with such a disease. Wang Wei wiped out the blood from the corner of his mouth with a tissue. Dr. Wang Wei, are you all right? Asked one of the lab assistants. I'm fine, replied Wang Wei, his complexion paler than a ghost. While looking at the result on the computer, he took a bunch of pills from his desk and swallowed them. He coughed again, but a bit dry compared to his previous wheezing. His phone suddenly rang, and he frowned when he saw who it was. Mom, I told why. Xiao Wei. Crying. Why your father? Crying star. What's wrong with father? He hurriedly asked. Your father, crying star. Calm down, take a deep breath and tell what happened. I promise everything will be all right. Your father is missing. What do you mean he's missing? He went deep into the prehistoric continent since he heard there was a flower that could cure your disease. However, a fourth-level creature appeared in the same location he headed, and no one has heard of him since then. Wang Wei became quiet. One of the main reasons for all his success is the odd things his father brought back from that hell of a place. And as he learned of its mystery, a part of him believed that there might really be something from that place that could cure his condition. But now, his hope was gone, and he might have lost his father in the process. Alright, I'm taking a plane home. I'll wait for you. Wang Wei stood up from his chair, prepared to tell his assistant to get his private jet ready. Unfortunately, before opening his mouth, he suddenly felt lightheaded, and everything went black. When he opened his eyes, he was attached to a bunch of machines, and someone was resting next to his bed. "Xiao Wei, you're awake," cried Yu Yan after hearing the sounds of the machines. She hurriedly called the doctor. "What happened to me?" asked Wang Wei, still dazed and groggy. It was a terrible feeling since he felt his mind was not in the right place, no matter how hard he tried. "I'm sorry, Profession Wang," said the doctor. "Your gene collapse has accelerated. Is this why I cannot feel my legs?" The doctor nodded. How long do I have?" 2, maybe 3 years. Yu Yan could not control her tears. "So, I was not guaranteed to live to 35. I just won't live past that," thought Wang Wei. He never forgot that dream that foretold his death. He looked at his mother, and he could not recognize her. And it was not because he rarely went home in the past 8 years, but also because the woman before him was not the mother she knew. She was thin, her skin was dull, and she had heavy bags as she had never slept a wink for years. The most significant difference was her eyes. They were listless, full of sadness and despair. "Get me my phone," said Wang Wei. He did not waste time using all his contacts to ask people for help to find his father. He offered many of his cutting-edge research, especially the gene medicines that genetic warriors sought after, as a prize for anyone who could find his father. After doing all this in front of his mother, he finally looked at his medical records. "I have no hope." That's the conclusion Wang Wei came up with. His fate was sealed, and there was nothing he could do about it. So, he decided to spend the rest of his life with his mother. He left home when he was 16 and rarely interacted with his family. And in his final moment, he decided to change that fact. Sadly, Wang Wei soon regretted that decision. As his mother watched him rapidly die before her, and with his father's disappearance, Yu Yan was simply inconsolable. Many times, Wang Wei wanted to end his existence in this mortal coil. At the very least, he can go on his own terms or have some control over his fate. But he never dared to do as he feared his mother would follow him. So, 2 years and 3 months later, he died in the hospital bed. And the world mourned the passing of such a brilliant mind. "Where am I?" muttered Wang Wei as he stood up, looking at all the chairs and students next to him. He looked at his youthful and powerful hand, feeling his healthy body. "Big brother, are you all right?" asked Fatty June. "You better stop sleeping before the teacher arrives." Wang Wei mindlessly nodded before sitting back in his seat, processing everything that had happened to him. Am I stuck in some sort of loop? Or was it just a dream? After school, he rushed to the hospital to take a whole-body test. And as expected, he had the same disease. His parents reacted the same way as his dream or first life. However, Wang Wei was different. Something ruthless awakened deep inside him, and he decided to test his theory. He did not try to cure his disease, nor did he allow his father to venture into the prehistoric continent to try to save him. When Wang Tian tried to argue, Wang Wei would be ruthless and threatened to take his own life if his father left him alone. As such, he spent the next 4 years of his life with his parents before dying a second time at the hospital. And as expected, he found himself at 16, back in the same position and in the same class. I am indeed in a loop. And it seems the purpose is to cure this disease, analyzed Wang Wei. Then, he focused on his previous experience of the past 2 lives. The approach in the first life was wrong. I should not have focused on curing the disease, but managing the symptoms and ensuring I live to the limit of 35 years old. Wang Wei understood that his disease was very complex and could not be easily cured in just a few years. It might take decades, if not longer. Luckily, he appeared to have ample time. After school, he did not get tested or tell his parents about his disease. He convinced his mother to become a genetic warrior and his father to give him a large sum of money for investment. He used that money to acquire a state-of-the-art laboratory in just over a year. And for the next 3 years, he continued his research until, "When were you going to tell us about your disease?" asked Wang Tian, trying extremely hard to conceal his anger. "If it was up to me, never." "Boy, this is not the time for you to be cheeky. Look at the state of your mother." "I'm just telling the truth," he argued back. "Telling you would only make things worse. You probably are thinking about going to that dangerous continent to find a way to save me. But I can tell you it won't work." "And how would you know that?" Wang Wei opened his mouth but could not say anything. Then, he suddenly wondered what would happen if he told his parents about the time loop. He did not know whether some god or devil placed him in that loop, but he was not happy that his fate was decided for him. Furthermore, he was unhappy about keeping it a secret when revealing the truth might make things easier for him. So, he decided to gamble and tell the truth. To Wang Wei's surprise, nothing happened, except for his family not believing him. However, he had many other ways to convince him, like knowledge about the future and so on. Then, his family established a code word to believe him easier and faster in his subsequent life. With his family's help, things proceeded smoother. In this third life, Wang Wei lived to 30 years old, 3 more than the first. However, he concluded that he had reached a bottleneck in his research to manage his disease. The fastest way to deal with this issue is with some faunus or species in the prehistoric continent. Otherwise, he might use hundreds of lives before succeeding. Unfortunately, that place was too dangerous. So, in his 4th life, he focused on creating the method to become a 4th-level genetic warrior. With the scattered data from the alien spaceship, he finally succeeded in his 8th life. In other words, it took him 4 lives of living to 30 years. However, he only had 15 years of research for each, so he spent 60 years. With both his parents' 4th-level genetic warriors, Wang Wei had access to all the rare resources in the prehistoric continent. In his 10th life, he could manage all the symptoms of his disease and live until he was 35 years old. From his 11th life onward, he focused on finding a cure for his disease. And he only succeeded in his 27th life. And, if nothing out of the ordinary occurs, the next chapter should be the last one for mortal dust. But don't quote me on that. Mortal Dust 6. Wang Wei's 28th life. He opened his eyes in the same classroom with the same fatty June looking at him with concern. However, the difference was that he had a joyous smile. In his previous life, he finally created a cure for his disease in his late 20s. As such, Wang Wei decided to start fresh in this life, starting from his youth to make up for his regrets. "Fatty, I'm fine," reassured Wang Wei. "That's good. Hey, I just had an excellent idea. Why don't you ask Schoolflower Yan Liling out, and I will do the same for Wu Hong." Fatty June looked at him as if he was an idiot. He raised his hand to touch his big brother's forehead. "Are you sure you're okay?" "Better than I've been." "Then, why are you spouting this nonsense?" "I just think we are only young once, so why not take risks?" "So, what's the worst that could happen? Rejection?" "Well, them humiliating us in public is probably the worst that can happen. But if that is the case, then that's only because of their poor characters. So, why would we want to be associated with these kinds of people?" Fatty June felt these words made sense. At the same time, he felt something was wrong but could not find the words to argue back. "Do you really think I should declare my love for her?" "Why not?" Fatty June frowned for a moment. "How about I wait until I lose some weight? Maybe my chances would be higher then." He knew many handsome and rich men in this school who lusted after the schoolflowers. Although his family did indeed have money, he lost considerably in the look department. "If she cares about your appearance, then she does not deserve you." Wang Wei lied. He knew most women had a preference for physiques when choosing a partner, and that was perfectly fine. After all, some do prefer Fatty's type. and some men also prefer bigger women. However, he needed to build the little fat man's confidence. Plus, if you ever wanted to lose weight, you should do it for yourself, not to please someone else. You know what, you're right, said Fatty June, his voice a little too loud and catching the attention of the other students. The two had to continue their conversation with lowered voices. That afternoon, a piece of shocking news traveled throughout the school. 2 students asked the school flower Wu Hong and Yen Liling out, and they accepted. When the men discovered 2 of the top 5 school flowers were no longer available, they almost lost their marbles, especially when they realized they lost one to Fatty June. The next 4 years became interesting, to say the least. After returning home, Wang Wei once again convinced his parents of the loop. Then, he used their financial means to set up a lab and acquire a few things from the prehistoric continent. Finally, he concocted a cure for his genetic disease. Finally free, muttered Wang Wei. Without the burden of death, he decided to enjoy his life normally despite his high mental age. He wanted to experience the hormonal years of high school or the freedom of university. And he had all these experiences he missed. His love life blossomed with Wu Hong. He and his close brother, who was no longer a fatty by the second year, were now the envious couple in both high school and university. Everyone wanted to be them. The only downside to his life was his terrible talent for the genetic warrior path because of his illness. Nevertheless, he did not mind since he had plenty of experience, knowledge, resources, and time. He would achieve something on this path. He became a first-level warrior at 32 when his wife and close friends were already third levels. However, Wang Wei did not care about this. His life was considered successful because of the few revolutionary papers he released, forever changing the scientific world. Today, he was celebrating his 35th birthday, a special year for him. It was a grand celebration, but only a few people knew why the reclusive renowned scientist, Dr. Wang Wei, would throw such a lavish festivity. Wang Wei overlooked everyone attending over a balcony with his family next to him. He raised his glass to make a speech. Bang! Wang Wei stood up with heavy breath, looking at the desk before him. "Are you all right?" asked Fatty June. Wang Wei looked him directly in the eyes, myriad emotions flashing in his eyes. "You're scaring me. Did something happen?" "Nothing. Just had a nightmare." Wang Wei motioned him to sit down as he processed what had just occurred. That was the sound of a gunshot. Now that he pondered on the situation, he remembered the vivid sensation of something penetrating his skull. Thinking back to that experience, he felt fear and panic but quickly regained his mind to concentrate. It was not time for such emotion. My time loop is not my disease, but my death at the age of 35 years old. Is this what I meant by nexus of fate? Many thoughts flashed in his mind as he analyzed the situation. Then he slammed the desk with his hand. "Who the fuck placed me in this time loop? I don't care who you are. I don't care whether you are a god, devil, or even the heavens itself. Once I'm out, I will gut you and your entire life. I will make you regret your existence." There was nothing he hated more than being manipulated. Suddenly, Wang Wei was embarrassed as he realized he was in a classroom. The next few hours were quite embarrassing since he had to see the principal, and his mother had to come to pick him up from the office. However, after calming down that night, Wang Wei learned something from this event. He mentioned the existence of the time loop to a large group, but there were no consequences. Of course, there was the possibility it was because no one believed him, but he decided to test the boundaries of this rule. So, the next day, he tried to convince Fatty June, Wu Hong, and Yen Liling. He knew these people were trustworthy and individuals with excellent capabilities. They could be great allies in this unknown journey of saving his life. Convincing Wu Hong was easier than expected. After telling her a few intimate details that no one should know, she easily told him she believed him. Fatty June was loyal to a fault and told him he would believe him if he said the world they lived in was nothing but an illusion. The real issue was Yen Liling. However, after more than a month of predicting future events, she had no choice but to believe. So, the next step was establishing a way to come together faster in the next life. Then, the group began to work together to save Wang Wei's life. Wu Hong was in charge of figuring out the cause of the time loop. Li Jun had to create a powerful military force to protect Wang Wei. Yan Liling was tasked with finding a way for Wang Wei to transfer knowledge of their future self to their younger self, making it easier for them to work together and be efficient. As for Wang Wei, he worked to change his talent in this life to become a powerful genetic warrior. And since the others' tasks were not simple things that could easily be achieved, they would also help. He died in this life because one of his researchers accidentally brought a dangerous plant from the prehistoric continent. The plant looked like an average office plant, and she used it as decoration. Unfortunately, it released a dangerous and undetectable toxin that is deadly to all first-level below genetic warriors. With this death, Wang Wei knew for sure he was in a time loop around living more than 35 years and that he could die in the most ridiculous way if he were not careful. In his 29th life, he successfully cured the problem of his genes and acquired an ungodly talent for evolution. Unfortunately, he died because something went wrong with his laboratory, resulting in a powerful explosion. Li Jun, Yan Liling, and Wu Hong could not save him in time despite their third level. In his 30th life, he cured his disease and the problem with his genes. And in a short time, he and his family became fourth-level genetic warriors using countless resources and even affecting their foundation. As one of the most powerful entities on the planet, he still died. The Beast Disaster. All the creatures or odd species from the prehistoric continent invaded his region of the world. This event revealed to humans the horror of that place, with countless fourth-level creatures. Wang Wei died while protecting his mother as a creature swallowed him whole. Mortal Dust Finale. Wang Wei sat on his school desk, breathing in and out. He placed his elbows on the desk and supported his head with his hands. 30 times. That's how many times he had to experience death. And each time, the experience was not pleasant. He ignored the noise around him as he took a deep breath. He concentrated on the sound of his beating heart, slowly alienating all the noise in his surrounding. And when he could only hear the soothing rhythmic thumping of his heart, he felt calm, peaceful, and composed. Let's see if it works. He closed his eyes, using a meditation technique to enter a realm of absolute silence. As he traveled into the depth of his mind, he soon saw 5 floating lights, and a rare smile appeared on his face. He opened his eyes to look at the worried Fatty June and said, "I have something for you." "Something? Forget about that. Are you all right?" "You'll understand soon." Wang Wei placed 2 fingers on Fatty June's forehead as he closed his eyes. "It might hurt, so be prepared." Immediately afterward, Fatty June groaned as his eyes changed. It was no longer youthful and full of vigor. Instead, it contained the vicissitudes of life. Li Jun faltered for a moment, and Wang Wei supported him. "So, I failed," said Li Jun, his eyes full of wisdom beyond his age. "What life is this?" "The 30th. But you should not blame yourself. I couldn't protect you, so who else should I blame? We knew things would not be so simple. Anyway, we should focus on the positive sides." Liling's method worked. 4th-level genetic warriors have evolved their brains to detect the magnetic fields of the universe. And this process is often referred to by scientists as achieving a higher consciousness. Wang Wei's group theorized the further evolution of the higher consciousness in 5th and above genetic warriors would allow humans to transfer their consciousness into another body, abandoning the flesh and becoming pure consciousness creatures, to become soul creatures. So, they experimented to see if they could leave a piece of their higher consciousness to Wang Wei, and when he died and restarted, whatever power placed him in the time loop could bring them with him. Separating the higher consciousness took some time to achieve through technology. And right before Wang Wei's 35th birthday and death, the group proceeded with the plan. "Let's go get the others," said Wang Wei before meeting with Wu Hong, Liling, and his parents. After accessing the previous lives' memories, the team had a better chance at surviving since they did not have to go through all the hurdles of becoming acquainted and convincing each other. "It's good that at least one of our plans succeeded," commented Yan Liling. "So, what's our next game plan?" 5th-level genetic warrior. If all of us can be this powerful, nothing on this planet can kill us, said Wang Wei. That's not as easy as stated, added Yu Yan. We have already theorized that further study of the higher consciousness is the way to the 5th level. But how will we achieve this stage in less than 20 years? She was correct. Achieving 4th level genetic warrior with the limited time the group had was already a daunting task. And each higher evolution needs more energy or resources and more time. Do you want to study temporal fields to create a time acceleration room? Asked Wu Hong. Exactly, replied Wang Wei. This level of technology cannot be developed easily. Yes, but we have time. They did have time, but at what cost? Wang Tian patted his son's shoulder while Yu Yan tried not to cry. Then the group got into action. Wu Hong and Wang Wei worked on the temporal field, while Yan Liling and Yu Yan worked on the 5th level genetic warrior path. Li Jun and Wang Tian were in charge of calculating all possible dangers that could lead to Wang Wei's death and preventing it. The group also did not give up trying to survive in this life. They tried to build an underground bunker to hide and pass the time. Somehow, a group of 4th level creatures that had evolved underground ambushed and killed them. The next attempt was to build a spaceship and leave the planet with their research crew. Unfortunately, one crew got infected by an alien species that is a brain porosity and sabotaged the ship, killing everybody. The group tried again, this time with only themselves on the spaceship. They were caught by some abnormal cosmic phenomenon and died. On the 50th life, they completed their research. With time acceleration, the group became 5th level genetic warriors. Their cause of death was the planet's explosion. Typically, a 5th level warrior should be able to survive a planet's destruction with no issue. Unfortunately, the real cause of the destruction was a secret research program gone wrong that affected the planet's core and exponentially increased the explosion. The group tried again. They reached the 5th stage and left the planet. With their strength, they should have been able to survive in the universe. Unfortunately, they encountered a 6th level cosmic creature. On the 59th life, they pushed the boundaries of the temporal field and created the method to achieve the 6th level. An alien empire discovered their planet, and they died fighting off an invasion composed of too many 6th level powerhouses. From the 60th life, the group focused on using the power of time to deal with the situation. They concentrated on mastering its power to escape the time loop. Unfortunately, they could not comprehend how it operated. So they tried a different strategy: escape into the past or the future. The travel to the past was to see whether they could find any information on how Wang Wei became entangled in that time loop. Furthermore, they wanted to know what would happen if the two of them existed. For more chapters, please visit Pan, DN0vel. C. Oh, unfortunately, this attempt was futile. They did not find any new information, nor did anything change after Wang Wei met his younger self. When his future body turned 35, an accident occurred, and he died. Then they proceeded on their voyage to the future. The year that Wang Wei always died was 2136. So, the group wanted to know what would happen if they traveled beyond that year. Nothing occurred. And when his biological age reached 35, Wang Wei died. Then, the group realized an anomaly. If they counted the time acceleration, Wang Wei had lived longer than 35 years old. And yet, previously he always died in the year 2136. But now, after traveling to the future, they cannot understand how exactly his death time is calculated. They tried to use this information to their advantage. However, they soon gave up on this idea since they no longer knew the rules and regulations. Without knowing the exact time Wang Wei would die, the number of variables that needed to be considered dramatically increased. 100th life, Wang Wei walked on a beach, lost in his thoughts. He stopped and turned around. Why are you guys following me? We are afraid you'll give up. Give up? Sigh. He turned around and continued walking. Is this what I need for this to stop? Accept my fate and give up? Thought Wang Wei as he looked at the sand. He spat on the ground with disdain in his eyes. He refused to just give up. He promised himself that he would punch whoever it was that made him suffer through this. And even if it is out of spite and hatred, he would never stop until he succeeded. He took a moment to calm down and analyze the situation, taking into account all his previous experience. This feels like a sick, twisted game. He felt that way because of the events in the future. It was like he went outside the boundaries of the game, and without knowing the rules, it became even harder to win. So, I need to play the game to win. Play within the confine of the rules. He then looked at the entire situation like he was playing a game against an unknown entity. Let's call it fate. He drew his name against fate on the sand before drawing a line. At one end he wrote 16 and the other 35. He then crossed the 35 and placed the year 2136 underneath. My greatest move was that high consciousness transference. Wang Wei wrote the name of his name against fate. That move granted him the support and help needed to continue this battle. Otherwise, he would never be capable of making so many moves. That move was brilliant and cunning, he thought with a smug look before stopping. Why did it work? The mind, memories, thoughts, part of the game's rules? He squinted his eyes, deep in thought. Fate is not absolute. It has to allow room for possibility. And since it's not absolute, it can be conquered. But how? Wang Wei was not stupid to think he could overwhelm such power. Play within its rules and limitations. Trick it. In this life, Wang Wei did nothing extraordinary besides managing his disease. And when he turned 35, the group placed him in a machine with 2 pods. And when the time arrived, the machine beeped, signaling his death. Push it. The other pod opened, and a teenager walked out. Success? Asked Wu Hong. It appears so, replied the teenager as he looked at the dead Wang Wei. Fate wanted Wang Wei to die in the year 2136, and he did. His plan was simple: accept his fate, die, and transfer his mind, memories, and consciousness into another body. As such, he was now a new person, with a new identity. He did not agree to the plan to transfer his mind into a clone to ensure success. So, are you really Wang Wei? Asked Li Jun. The answer to this question is quite philosophical, he replied. He did not transfer his higher consciousness to another body. Instead, he transferred his memories and thought patterns to a prepared body with its mind wiped. On a physical level, he was different. On a conceptual level, he had a different soul, if such a thing existed. But on an existential level, he had the same memories, ideologies, likes, dislikes, fears, aspirations, and everything that made him Wang Wei. After thinking about this, Wang Wei suddenly smiled as his eyes and hair turned gray and his face changed. Meanwhile, his family dispersed since they were only projections. This was an interesting experience. The game. The discordance of fate, thought Wang Wei, which is one of the most important things he learned from this experience. Fate is all about determinism, it deals with the absolute. Yet, it yearned for the people under its control to have unlimited possibilities and escape its shackles. Wang Wei raised his head to condense a silver-gray star and looked deeply at it. Cultivation is a process of slowly escaping the control of fate. The higher the strength, the more choice an individual has, the more capable they have of becoming responsible for their actions. Then there are the fateless, people born outside the control of fate. They are the blessed few. A better way to describe them is that the river of fate does not register them. Finally, there is another group of people that he just learned of, people who have condensed their fate star. When a mortal break free from their fate without outside influence. The influence includes finding a cultivation technique and becoming powerful. To condense a fate star, they have to be similar to the mortal dust Wang Wei, using their intelligence, resourcefulness, and willpower to fundamentally alter the course of their life or a specific event. This is not as easy as it appears, thought Wang Wei as he looked at the planet he created in a corner of the science and technology world for this mortal dust. I can control the fate of everyone present to a scary level, he thought before looking at 2 couples walking in the street. If he wanted, he could determine the very genetic components of this couple's descendants 100 million years from now. He could control the air particle their descendant 234,987 years from this exact moment would breathe. Wang Wei could determine the precise molecular composition of every mortal that will exist on this planet for up to a few billion years. He can determine their personality, choices, trauma, success, failures, and so many more. The river of fate should be more even horrifying than I am. So, how difficult is it for a mortal to condense their fate star? Wang Wei could not fathom the difficulty of achieving such a thing. Even he only defeated fate because he had unlimited time. There should be some people who succeeded. And if these individuals walked the cultivation journey, they would be scary. He shook his head before dispersing the fate star since it was not real. Anyway, he was still a fateless, and to his knowledge, the star granted similar capabilities. Wang Wei then teleported to the beach, where he had his epiphany. He looked at the sand, deep in thought. In the grand scheme of things, it does not make sense for fate to allow any being possibilities to become free. It undermines its core concept of absolute control, unless someone needs it to do so. Grand Dao, he muttered out loud before writing its character on the sand. The entire chaos universe is like a game, and cultivation is a way to level up. Based on the player's location, they can choose different classes: Emperor, Dao, and Immortal. In some locations, the Emperor class is not available. Wang Wei felt his understanding of fate, especially order-disorder laws, increase at an alarming rate. In this game, there are technically 12 levels. There are many rules and regulations reinforced by game masters, Heavenly Dao. Once a player does something outside the game's cognition or becomes too broken, the game master will place limitations on them. At the same time, the higher a player's level, the more rules they can learn and break. Nevertheless, the highest level player does not come close to the ultimate game master, Grand Dao. Wang Wei's eyes became more brilliant. Not everyone in the game can be a player. Some people have to be NPCs. And when an NPC becomes a player, those are the people who give birth to their fate star. Meanwhile, fateless are people born with some small bugs. Maybe there is a better analogy for them. Wang Wei placed a pin on the fateless analogy before continuing with his train of thought. After level 12, there is no way to move forward. No, some players have gone beyond that level. And in that realm, they seem to be able to compete with the ultimate game master. Wang Wei remembered when Han Jun protected him from Grand Dao and allowed him to break one of the game's rules, a taboo. From level 12 to 13, there is no path. Players have to create their own method. And upon success, the players will acquire some of the powers of game masters to bend the rules of the game or even establish them themselves. His mind became clearer as he understood his next step after becoming a peak paragon. The ultimate game master wants players to level up and maybe even challenge it. But did someone program it that way? Or does it benefit in some ways as a result? For more chapters, please visit DN0vel. C. Heavenly Dao's goal is to make their world stronger. Then, the same could apply on a large scale. Maybe, Grand Dao desires the infinite chaos worlds floating in primordial chaos to evolve, strengthen, and give birth to even more powerful cultivators. Or, it could be something more sinister. We are stuck in a cage, raised like pigs to be slaughtered. And of course, the pig has to fatten up first. Wang Wei squinted his eyes and took note of this possibility. However, if that was true, he was only level 8 and could do nothing about such a thing now. The ultimate game master has many modules to help him in the game, and the most powerful is the River of Fate. But what are the others? His innate paragon soul began to function rapidly. Every one of his spirit particles acted as one Wang Wei, boosting his comprehension speed. Grand Dao Source, River of Time, Source Chi Space. Wang Wei frowned as he felt there were more critical modules. For example, the True Power Dao Realm, but he was not sure. It seemed his comprehension was not enough. It's fine. I have time to figure things out. One of the ways to win this game is to figure out its rules and essence. Most level 12 players do not even know the game's existence, let alone have such a deep comprehension of it. The majority of them cannot even reach level 12. And those who do give in to the despair of not having a path forward. Meanwhile, exceptional players like his ancestor, Qiuan, knew to create a path forward. After all, he created a way from level 0 to 9. 5. If the ultimate game master did not place severe restrictions on level 10 and above, players like Qiuan would have continued to find a way to level 12. I now understand why he created the Second Origin War and the purpose of the ultimate taboo. To find a way to level 13. Of course, I'm guessing things were not that simple. He looked at the writing in the sand about the game. If someone from Earth saw them, they could immediately enter a deep state of enlightenment and understand order-disorder law and even a tiny portion of fate. No, as long as a cultivator was the gaming terminology he used, they would also become enlightened. He waved his hand to remove these writings. Some secrets of the world cannot be written down. Play the game to win the game, he muttered. Wang Wei then flew to the atmosphere, looking at the planet from above, reviewing his final mortal dust for a second time. He learned many lessons that he feels would be vital to his future cultivation path, especially when he tries to reach level 13. Furthermore, his comprehension of existence increased slightly after the method he used to cheat death. He understood that Eternal Emperor's eternal attribute is also a form of mimetic power. They exist in the form of memories, words, and even historical events. Additionally, not all Eternal Emperors are the same. For example, Qiuan and the Absolute Beginning Emperor. However, because of all the events that Qiuan has accomplished, it is at least 1,000 times more difficult to kill him than the Absolute Beginning Emperor. Qiuan has created events that have affected the entire universe. And if someone wanted to kill him, they would have to erase him from the history of the entire Chaos universe, which involved near-infinite Chaos worlds. As he pondered all these things, his mind felt clearer than before. The silver law tree in his sea of consciousness bloomed to give birth to a fruit. There is only one thing I need an answer to now. Why do I want to become free and unfettered? The moment he learned about the cultivation world, he decided that this would be his primary goal. But the question is, why was this his goal? Was he a person naturally born desiring freedom? Did the environment of his past life mold this desire? Or was there another sinister reason he was obsessed with becoming free and unfettered? I just need to find the answer before proving the Tao. Wang Wei connected this planet to the rest of the science and technology world before leaving to enter the Supreme Realm. Supreme Realm. Wang Wei sat cross-legged in a mountain, deep in cultivation. The law tree inside his body shone brightly as a fruit rapidly condensed. The fruit was silver with 9 symbols, each representing an aspect of Wang Wei's fate law: destiny, fate, karma, samsara, space-time, luck, order-disorder, yin-yang, and free will. As his comprehension reached the required level, he had no problem condensing his Tao fruit. Wang Wei could feel his laws sublimated to a higher level. They became Tao, the source of all laws. However, this was the first part of condensing the Tao fruit. The next step was to instill all his desires, goals, and ambitions similar to what occurred in the divine body realm. Not everyone can pursue the Tao, and there are differences between the people who do. Does a cultivator have their own Tao? Or are they relying on the path of the ancestor? Is their Tao heart and state of mind worthy of pursuing the Tao? All these things will determine success in entering the Supreme Realm. Wang Wei used his spiritual strength to instill his ideas and ambitions, and in the process, he felt resistance. In the process, countless doubts manifested from the deep corner of his mind. He began questioning himself, his ideas, his beliefs, and whether he would succeed. Could he prove the Tao in this generation? Everything seems to be going smoothly, but is that the case? What about his plans? What will happen to the people who are counting on him? Then there is his dream, no, his goal of becoming free and unfettered. Is that really possible? Can absolute freedom be achieved? Can his version of absolute freedom become a reality? Wang Wei pushed through everything and did not let these doubts stop him. Despite the many questions he had about his life, despite the worries, he never doubted his eventual success, no matter the situation, and kept pushing forward. After the process finished, his Dao fruit shone a little, indicating his success. The next step is to condense his Dharma body or the other fruits of his secondary Daos. Cultivators cannot have two primary Daos. They can cultivate as many laws as they want, but there has to be the main Dao fruit that is used to prove the Dao. Luckily, the Dao fruit can be composed of countless laws. Wang Wei proceeded to condense two more secondary fruits that he labeled Profession Dao fruit and Battle Auxiliary Dao fruit. The Profession Dao fruit contained the laws of the 5 elements, followed by his understanding of the other 5 professions like array and alchemy. The Battle Auxiliary Dao fruit contained soul, destruction, devour, thunder, and sealing laws. The process of condensing the second Dao fruit was simpler than the first and did not cause much trouble. So, Wang Wei watched the 2 other small fruits below the main one. Next is the Dharma body, thought Wang Wei. This part of the breakthrough involved control of laws and the domain. This part was the easiest for him because of his force control skill. An enormous version of himself appeared above the mountain. If Wang Wei did not isolate the surrounding with formation, the entire myriad emperor world would have noticed the presence of that Dharma body. After making the shape, the fruit inside his sea of consciousness shone brilliantly for a few minutes before stabilizing itself. Wang Wei stood before the enormous version of himself. "Not bad," he commented to his handsome self. "Last step. Well, second to last." Another enormous version of himself appeared, his physique's vision. Under his control, the two fused. The Dharma body then released a more mighty and profound aura. As expected, the power of River of Fate gave me a small boost. He fused his physique's vision with the River of Fate from the heavenly abode realm. And now it benefited his Dharma body. Wang Wei looked at the giant and dispersed it before summoning it. Dharma body, the Tao manifesting in a physical body. It's both real and unreal. When he dispersed it, Wang Wei felt this thing did not exist. But upon wishing it, the Dharma body reappeared again. Furthermore, he felt if it were severely damaged, he would also suffer. 8-leaf strength, Wang Wei muttered as he calculated the devastation he could unleash with the Dharma body. Not as much of an increase as I hoped for. He understood that he was rapidly approaching a plateau that his main body could reach. He then focused on how he will cultivate this realm. There are 2 stages in the Supreme Realm, and they are cultivated at the same time. Technically speaking, there are 2 stages for some people. The first stage and only stage is the fruit ripening stage. As the name implies, it is to continue ripening the Tao fruit until perfection and reaching the peak of the Supreme Realm. The second stage is the Tao Tribulation Realm, where cultivators without their own Tao will undergo numerous tribulations to prove they are worthy of keeping their power. An example would be someone like Yan Chen, Wang Wei's previous Tao protector, whose Tao is partly himself and partly the Sword Empress. He has to pass Tao tribulations in the Supreme Realm. Of course, some geniuses use secret techniques to call upon artificial Tao tribulation to help temper their Tao fruit. The Supreme Realm is too easy for these heaven-chosens, muttered Wang Wei. This is probably one of the reasons there have been so many pseudo-emperors. In this realm, it should be mandatory for them to undergo Tao heart tribulations at the very least. He felt the heart road was not enough. A cultivator should never stop tempering their Tao heart. For more chapters, please visit Pan, DN0vel. C. I'll change the order of heaven and earth after I prove the Tao. I'll also add a Tao heart tempering stage. Wang Wei waved his hand to disperse the small world he had created and the formations. Then he waited for the tribulation. Wang Wei was not in the mood to experience tribulation, so he swallowed everything that came for him and used it as nutrients for his body. Finally, the tribulation condensed the projection of a past heaven chosen. A young man full of confidence and ambitions, dressed in fur coats, pants, and boots. The heaven-opening emperor. The heaven-opening emperor did not waste time and rushed toward Wang Wei, punching him with unimaginable force. The law of power, and strength on par with 10 primordial dragon force, commented with a slight surprise. He was not amazed by the latter's strength since he expected as much from the heaven-opening emperor. After all, he was one of the critical reasons acquired lifeforms won the war during the Null Era. However, Wang Wei was surprised the latter cultivated power law and did not enter the true power Dao realm. The heaven-opening emperor seems like an ambitious person to me. So, I assume he would try to open that gate. He shook his head before deciding to end this charade. He wanted to prepare for the cleanup and did not want to waste any more time. So, he slapped his opponent into oblivion. However, the thunder recondensed instead of disappearing. Immediately, Wang Wei knew what was happening after seeing the clarity and wisdom in the new lightning projections. The heaven-opening emperor. Shouldn't you call me ancestor? Qiuan is my ancestor. I see that young lad has tarnished my name, the heaven-opening emperor commented. Has he? History is not always as it seems, said the emperor as he looked into the distance. They say the primordial god fell in love with me, and I used this opportunity to study her body and create the ancient cultivation. But is that what happened? No. That bitch treated me like a toy, torturing me for her sick pleasure. I had to have a strong body to survive. The emperor paused as he reminisced. My original intention was not as noble as history said. Of course, after acquiring strength and seeing the plight of the human race, I tried to help by perfecting and spreading the system. But during that time, how many times I came close to death by her hunting me. She almost destroyed the Wang tribe. The emperor sighed before shaking his head. I'm sure your life was not easy. Not one who lived in that era had a good life. That does not change your action, commented Wang Wei. The bloodline imprint was common in my era, argued the emperor. Great emperors were the cornerstones that prevented the extension of the human race. So, having a fast way to revive was a common tactic. I have no problem with what you did back then. Heaven-opening emperor was slightly surprised. He thought this descendant was similar to Qiuan, a little too righteous. But maybe he was wrong. My issue with you is that you did not remove your method before you ascended, which could have affected me. Wang Wei suspected this man killed 2 aristocratic Wang clan emperors to prepare for his resurrection from limbo. Interesting, commented the emperor. He could tell this kid inherited some characteristics from Qiuan and him. Well, it was nice meeting you. I guess we will see each other very soon. Heavenly Book. Wang Wei's reaction to the heaven-opening emperor has everything to do with trust. He can trust his ancestors to some extent after analyzing their deeds, interacting, and his wife's personal experience with them. Nevertheless, he would never completely trust them since the number of people he trusts completely can be counted on one hand. As for the heaven-opening emperor, he is in the category of people Wang Wei can trust once he is on the same level as them, with no overwhelming power disparity. Once that happens, he has no trouble reuniting the Wang clan for his benefit. He looked in the distance before disappearing and returning home. He first went to check on Li Jun and the others. He did show them the memories of what happened in the science and technology world, since he did not want them to be affected by the taboo. Wang Wei did not know the extent of Hongjun's protection, which would probably not extend to the people he loved. So, he would only show his wife since she might be safe from the taboo. How did it go? Asked Li Jun as he handed him some tea. Pretty well, replied Wang Wei before explaining his mortal dust. What about yours? Pretty standard. I became a murderous psychopath, a mighty general, a conqueror, and a battle-addicted martial artist. The only interesting aspect was when I was a corpse and worked in samsara for your life-death incarnation. That should have been quite the experience. What about the 8-Extremity Foundation? It worked. I did what you told me and sent all my clones to the space-time incarnation. They are now all quasi-emperors after cultivating in a parallel timeline. What did Liling decide? She said she wants to take at least try. Wang Wei nodded. Yan Liling's talent is better than Li Jun despite being way weaker than him. So, she wanted Wang Wei to preach existence to her and see if she could walk the 9-Extremity Foundation. Wang Wei also plans to do the same for his mother. He wants his mother to have the strength of 7 Leaf before proving the Tao. She has to have the power of a failed 9-extremity foundation. And he's prepared to go to extreme means if necessary. He chatted with Li Jun for a while before seeing his father. Once he reached the Wang clan's mountain, he saw the latter fishing before a small pond with a dazed look. "Are you all right?" he asked as he sat next to him. "Oh, you're here," replied Wang Tian. "I'm fine, just thinking about something." "Where's Mom?" "She went back to her clan." "Is everything all right?" "No, just a normal visit." "I see. So, what's on your mind that you did not even go with her?" Wang Tian sighed before explaining the situation with the Sword Empress talisman. "In other words, you're conflicted about tempering your body despite the ancestor giving you her wisdom that the body is necessary for the future path of cultivation?" Wang Wei wanted to curse. These swordsmen were too stubborn. "I know you think I'm inflexible, but things are not simple. I am now over 900,000 years and for all my life, I've held the belief that swordsmanship is all about giving up everything for offensive capabilities. How can I easily change? You should also understand that the ancestors spent innumerable Yuan epochs to learn this lesson and shares that wisdom with you. Shouldn't that count as something?" "It does, hence why I'm conflicted." Wang Wei took out a wine jar from his space ring and took a big sip, not hiding the frustration on his face. "Did she leave her consciousness in the talisman?" "Yes." "Did you ask her the question?" "You were right. Ancestor Qiyuan did preach existence to her, and she achieved 9-extremity. "What level?" 2 root. "The reason for failure?" "Her body was too weak," Wang Tian replied with a bigger sigh. "So, are you prepared to walk the same path as her? With your talent and my guidance, achieving 5 root should not be a problem." I don't know." "Well, figure it out." Wang Wei disappeared and returned home to see his wife. "These pure swordsmen are truly the most stubborn people I've met. The older and more powerful they are, the worse they become," Wu Hong replied. She also suffered this frustration when she tried to convince Sword Empress to temper her body. The latter did not change even after losing to her. "Wife, I miss you." He hugged her for more chapters. Please visit Pan, DN0 Vel. C. Did you not see me in your last mortal dust? I did, but it was only a projection. Speaking of which, will it be a problem if you know what happened in the science world? It'll be fine. She herself is an anomaly. Although her powers and memories are limited, she still has some privileges. Wang Wei then shared everything that occurred. Your game analogy is quite the perfect way of looking at things, commented Wu Hong. However, you underestimate the players who condense Fate Star. Oh, is there something I don't know? After condensing the Fate Star, they will undergo an awakening where they experience the essence of the universe or the essence of the Tao. The result of this process is a terrifying ability that you would refer to as cheat ability or golden finger back on Earth. Wang Wei's mouth twitched. Is it that bad? It varies based on the individual. But I remember one of the scariest Fate Stars I met, continued Wu Hong. Heavenly Book Paragon, a peak paragon and controller of the Heaven Grand Tao Source. She squinted her eyes. He is one of the few people I've never defeated in my life. And honestly, during our fight, I don't think he fought me with all his strength during our fight, yet we tied. He's that good? Do you know what his ability was? It was a novel. You have to give me more than this. Let me finish, replied Wu Hong before pinching him. Imagine your life was a story written from birth until you become a paragon and beyond. Then the author of that novel reincarnated in his own book. What would it be like? The author would know all the secrets of the universe, all the best scriptures, talents, fortunate encounters, etc. He could use them to rise to the top in a quick, efficient, and terrifying manner. That's what his ability was. He had a novel that contained all the knowledge of his chaos world, and he used it to his advantage. Wang Wei wanted to curse. People are often jealous of his talent and background. But compared to someone like that, he was nothing but dirt. Don't be jealous, he earned his ability. Even so, replied Wang Wei with gritted teeth. Is it too late for me to become a Fate Star? It's impossible for you. Why? You were never immortal. What does that mean? Think about it for a moment. The moment you were born, you had many great destinies, including becoming a cultivator. That means the moment I was born, I was destined to slowly lose the tethers of fate. Yes. Albeit contradictory, that's how it is for all cultivation geniuses and heaven chosens. They were never truly mortals. Meanwhile, fate stars are true NPCs, people essentially created to embellish the game and make it more realistic. Then, they successfully escaped the restriction of the source code and became players. No destiny, no luck or help. So, if I wanted to condense a fate star, I would have to abandon everything. All my luck, destinies, and karma, including my family and you, turn from a player into an NPC. Then, I would have one opportunity to succeed without any aid. Exactly. Okay, it's not worth it. I have pretty decent stats for this game. I'll use what I have. Wise choice, said Wu Hong with a brilliant smile as she caressed under his chin. By the way, what happened to Heavenly Book Paragon? Is he also in limbo? Probably not, since he refused to participate at the last minute. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. What are you going to do next? The cleanup should start soon, replied Wang Wei. He guessed most Heaven Chosens were now using time acceleration to the limit to catch up and be prepared for the cleanup. You should prepare that things will not be as simple as it seems. Indeed. Are you coming with me? No. My presence might make things more complicated. She had an inkling of the reason for the cleanup, but she was unsure of the detail, nor did she care to inquire. And she also felt things might become more complicated if she appeared. Wang Wei checked on Wang Ju to prepare for the upcoming events. He then checked the alliance with the demon race and ensured no problems. He did his duty as sect master. A little over 200 years later, Heavenly Dao announced the beginning of the cleanup. So, he flew to the lifeless domain along with everyone else. The lifeless domain. Wang Wei was in the midst of teleporting outside of the lifeless domain when he sensed something. So, he told the team to go ahead and that he will be late. More than half an hour later, he arrived. Did something happen? Asked Li Jun. No. I sensed an opportunity that would accelerate the rate I condensed my black holes, so I went to get it, replied Wang Wei as he looked around. The clouds were red, and the soil was a death gray. He could sense a terrifying baleful aura in the surroundings that could easily corrode the body and soul. The laws of heaven and earth were chaotic, making void-shattering realm and saints almost useless in this place. The space was chaotic, thus preventing teleportation through normal means. What a terrible place, commented Wang Wei as he looked at a humongous red door not far, and all the Heaven Chosens gathered around. Really? I like it, commented Li Jun. Of course you do. This place is like a small haven for you, commented Yan Liling. These baleful auras are a booster for someone who cultivates Slaughter Dao. I wouldn't say it's a haven. Wang Wei ignored the couple as he observed everyone present. All the Heaven Chosens in this generation were here, many of which he had never seen or interacted with, but he had a file about their information. Su Shi is not here. Is she late? Wang Wei continued to look around before his gaze on Mo Xingyun, and he suddenly appeared before her, catching everyone's attention. After all, who does not know the man who is said to have the highest chance of proving the Dao in this generation? A puppet, said Wang Wei after observing for a while. There is no. She did not finish her word as Wang Wei snapped his finger, and she exploded into 1,000 pieces. You can leave or suffer the same fate as the construct, said Wang Wei to the people of the Mo clan. You can't do this? Yes, I can since I did not break any hidden rules. He snapped his finger, and these people disappeared, teleporting them to some unknown place and also sealing them. Wang Wei knew his actions would not prevent the Mo clan from getting their hands on a token since they could still enter after him or better yet, take a token from some poor soul. After all, Heavenly Dao did not explicitly state that a token was linked to the person who acquired it. The entire token situation is not even clear yet to everyone. Wang Wei ignored the stares around him and walked toward someone else. Little rat, I thought you would continue to hide. Sir Wang Wei, this is the first time we have met. Have I offended you in some way? Replied Yu Zhou with a confused look on his pure and innocent face. And he was not the only one. The people from the soul race were also wondering what's the contradiction between these two. You know me better than anyone, so you should understand I will not let societal pressure like status, custom, or public image dictate my actions. So, what's your reliance? Some other heaven chosen might be worried about the image of the Dao opening sect and how suddenly killing someone for no justifiable reason might cause trouble. However, Wang Wei only cares about these things when necessary. However, since he placed Yu Zhou in his kill on sight list, I guess we'll see. Boom. Before anyone could react, he punched Yu Zhou into oblivion. The latter could not resist even a tiny bit as his opponent left nothing of him. Meanwhile, Wang Wei waited, and as expected, a flame suddenly came into the position he was and Yu Zhou's body suddenly regenerated. The undead phoenix scroll, he said. So, you're really one of the traitors. Everyone looked at him, wondering what he meant by traitors. Traitor to whom? Most people were confused. And even the top heaven chosens only analyzed that he might be talking to traitors to other worlds that wanted to interfere in the myriad emperor worlds heaven will battle. Traitor? What are you talking about? Asked Yu Zhou with a frown. Yes. You can explain your ability to a fortunate encounter and receiving the undead phonexus inheritance, commented Wang Wei before punching him again into oblivion. A few seconds later, the other revived. I've obliterated every atom in your body along with your soul. Yet, you're completely okay? That's because I'm immortal, replied Yu Zhou with confidence. Although I don't know why you're bent on killing me, it does not matter in the end. For more chapters, please visit Pan, DN0vel. C. Wang Wei did not continue attacking but instead observed Yu Zhou for a moment. I see. You're connected to a powerful entity. Nothing between heaven and earthy can kill you as long as that entity is alive. Yu Zhou's heart skipped a beat. However, his facial expression remained the same. That's the wonder of the undead phoenix scroll. That's the wonder of the one from the upper dimension, not the one he left before ascension, commented Wang Wei, making Yu Zhou's eyes almost twitch. Interacting with this man was scary. He released a natural aura of authority and power that can easily pressure the weak-minded. But the scariest part is how his eyes seem to penetrate all secrets. On top of everything, his mind is so sharp that he can infer the tiniest information. Once again, I don't know what you're talking about. If Undead Phoenix's dog is so hard to deal with, what about the others? Wang Wei tilted his head slightly as he looked at Yu Zhou. The word dog irks you? Isn't the price to achieve such immortality to become someone's doormat? Shouldn't you have adapted to being called a dog by now? Young Master Wang Wei, even a Buddha can be angered, said Yu Zhou with gritted teeth. Whatever. Let's see how you deal with being sealed. Rune appeared around Yu Zhou, and he tried to resist. Unfortunately, he turned into a small orb that contained a small world where he was sealed. Wang Wei waited a moment before a flame came out from one of the soul races before Yu Zhou materialized. Killing yourself and using talismans located in different locations to materialize again. Not a bad method to avoid sealing. Wang Wei looked at the sky for a moment. You even used some means to hide the karma threat connected to the other talismans. Your means can even hide from me. Is that your soul race ability or someone else? Wang Wei looked at the people behind Yu Zhou. From your reaction, it's from your race. So, you told them everything to ensure your identity remains legit. I would be stupid not to take preventive measures against the only weakness of my immortality. Muttered Wang Wei as he looked directly into Yu Zhou's eyes. I don't like the hidden cockiness in your eyes. It doesn't matter how you feel, there is nothing you can do about it, he replied with his shoulders straighter than before. You are only partially correct. Partially? Wang Wei slowly raised his hand toward Yu Zhou's head. The latter tried to move and respond. But once again he was powerless. Wang Wei held him by his skull. You should understand there are scarier things than death. Oh! Yu Zhou's scream echoed between heaven and earth. The pain was so much that he instantly felt his mind on the verge of breaking. He immediately tried to commit suicide to escape. Unfortunately, the power of law in Wang Wei's hands made that impossible. Only this small amount of pain almost broke you, Wang Wei said in disappointment. He has not created a way to transfer his pain in the flesh tribulation to his opponent. But with the slight evolution of his pain talent after the tribulation, Yuzhou could not withstand it. After the latter destroyed his vocal cords screaming for a few minutes, Wang Wei dropped him on the floor. The heavenly will battle does not allow interference, even by an existence on par with the undead Phoenix Emperor. So, who will give you your immortality by then? Yuzhou exploded himself in an attempt to use death to remove the pain. But even then, he still felt, leading to killing himself a dozen times in just a few seconds. He then looked at Wang Wei with fear. Yes, those are the eyes that traitors like you should have. He then looked at the Soul Race members. Your race should probably close your gate again before the final battle. Why would we do that? This idiot just revealed that he has a method of being immortal. You can imagine how many people would do anything to get their hands on it, even if they must become someone's dog. Their faces changed. Some emperor lineage and even hidden old monsters would pay anything for such an opportunity. Yuzhou's face changed as he immediately realized Wang Wei's plan. With the information he revealed, he would raise the Soul Race's suspicions. Then he revealed his immortality, forcing them to close their gate and limiting his movement and resources. And if he abandons this identity, he will become more suspicious. Not to mention, he will have to hide from immortal powerhouses interested in his immortality. No eternity. Wang Wei turned around to look at someone who was observing him not far away, Di Tian. Their eyes met, creating sparks. Clash of the Titans? As they gazed at each other, standing a few dozen meters from each other, they suddenly released their auras. Bang! A terrifying wind generated from their clash, sending some of the weaker geniuses in the surrounding away in the process. But this was the beginning. The clouds over the entire lifeless domain were divided into two. The baleful aura pushed to the corner of the domain, making space for the clash of these two titans. Lightning and thunder flashed, showing that even the heavens acknowledged the power of these two. At this point in the clash, only heaven-chosens like Feng Lijuan, Zhen Biu, Huang Yuan, and people on that level could remain to watch this clash. Then, on Wang Wei's side, a projection of the River of Fate manifested, making the spectators instantly feel despair because someone controlled every second of their life. On Di Tian's side, the Wheel of Samsara manifested, allowing everyone to have visions of their life from birth to path and even experience some memories from their past lives. During this clash of aura, only a few people remained close to those two: Tong Ruobing, Huafeng Huang, Feng Heng, Li Jun, Ao Xin, Jingwu Hua, and two others, one man and one woman. The clash lasted for a few more seconds before another vision occurred of a golden throne situated between the two. As a result, the intensity of their auras suddenly increased. Boom! The standing top heaven-chosens were pushed away by the clash. At this point, they could not resist the confrontation with only their aura and would need to use their powers. However, doing so would imply they lost or cheated, so they just flew away. How could they be so strong? Thought Tong Ruobing, biting her lower lip as she flew away. Should I accept these people's invitation? A while ago, a group of geniuses invited her to an alliance against Di Tian and Wang Wei. She rejected them but is now considering this as an option. Feng Heng squinted his eyes as he flew away. Typically, he would have laid low-key as it was his normal mode of operation. However, he also needed to show his fangs once in a while. After all, the battle is one of the best ways to temper the mind. Of course, the main reason for his actions was because his situation was not the best in the Tai Profound Gate since the deception trial. Many of the upper echelons were suspicious of him. If it were not for another secret group inside the gate and his own power, he would have been discovered and forced to run away. As for that secret group, he could guess who it belonged to. He looked at Wang Wei's display of his might with countless thoughts flashing in his mind. The other also flew away from the center of the clash. And each had their own thoughts regarding this battle. Meanwhile, Wang Wei and Di Tian continued their conflict. The Golden Throne moved back and forth between them, with one having the advantage only momentarily. Then, they suddenly stopped simultaneously, and everything returned to normal. They looked at each other for a moment before walking away. As expected, thought Di Tian as he regrouped with the Di clan. He found a way to make up the gap between us, most likely with the unorthodox way of 9 extremity. Now, the question is, will he break the limit? By all odds, there should be no way for this to be possible. After all, 9 Pillars was someone above the Emperor realm and spent countless epochs before discovering a unique treasure that would allow someone to reach 10 extremity. And since this treasure does not exist in the lower dimension, there should be other ways to achieve 10 extremity. As long as it's him, there is a possibility, thought Di Tian. I should have gone above and beyond to kill him. His aura is different, thought Wang Wei. It's more ethereal and noble. Did he find a way to reach 10 extremity? If that's the case, I cannot be as relaxed as I used to be. He reunited with his group before using his divine sense to communicate. He's acting outside of my expectation. Yu Zhou? Asked Tai Gang. Not him. Yu Zhou was a disappointment. He first acted calm and collected but lost his bearing after being called a dog. Wang Wei did not know why that word was triggering for him or whether the latter's pride as someone from the upper dimension made it so easy to play with. I thought Di Tian would have allied with these traitors, added Wang Wei. I thought the first he would do after his release would be to go on a rampage and kill all the Heaven Chosens before the battle, commented Li Jun. The sleepers are gone, so it's harder for him to assassinate anyone, said Yan Liling. He could still do it himself, added Tai Gang. Maybe he's waiting for the appropriate time. Maybe, said Wang Wei. After Di Tian reunited with his family, he looked in the direction where Yu Zhou secretly escaped with the soul race. He experienced the mental beating Wang Wei gave that man. Are those the people Little Seven talked about? A couple of thousands of years ago, the Western continent. Di Tian suddenly opened his as he sensed someone inside his formation. He saw a young man smiling at him with a scar on his chin. Little Seven, Di Tian muttered, joy flashing in his eyes. He did not know how long since he experienced that emotion, but it appeared today. No, I should call you Five-Finger Emperor now. 4 more chapters, please visit Pan, DN0vel. See? It's Five-Finger Paragon. However, you can call me Little Seven. So, you've reached such height. Di Tian reminisced about where he created Little Seven. He used the best 5-element materials to create someone perfectly in harmony with heaven and earth. Later, he learned from history that he became the Five-Finger Emperor, a pseudo-eternal emperor on par with Eternals who used 5 elements sealing Dao. His trademark sealing method was a mountain with 5 peaks that resembled fingers, hence his emperor title. Now, that young body has reached heights he cannot imagine, making Di Tian feel a little complicated. It was great to see remnants of his past and his creation that he considered like his children. Simultaneously, too much time passed, and none of them were the same. Why are you here? Can you free me? Unfortunately, I'm dead and have little power left, replied Five-Finger, who did not want to deal with a seal that had the power of Empress Wu. I'm here to give you a few warnings. Warnings? A few people might come to ask you for an alliance against Wang Wei. Don't do it. Oh, and why not? These people are traitors and spies from the upper dimension. Five-Fingers explained some basic knowledge about the 2 suns and 7 moons, the closing of the lower dimension, and the meaning of the upcoming era of the Myriad Emperor world. Now I understand why Heavenly Dao gave him a complete Son of Era position. So, you still haven't explained why I should not ally with them? He would work the devil itself if it could assure his victory. Five-Fingers sighed, a little frustrated on the inside despite expecting this outcome. There are factions amongst the people who participated in the ultimate taboo. And their factions, composed mainly of people from the Null era, wanted their people to lead the new era instead of Qiyuan's faction. However, this was very unlikely, given Di Tian's personality and obsession. The era of the 7 moons is coming to an end, and anyone associated with them will be eliminated once that happens. If you work with these people, when that day arrives, we will not be able to protect you or the revive madam. Di Tian frowned. He did not want to do anything to would affect his life after reviving Ninger. If working with these people placed a target on his back, then he might be forced to hide in the lower dimension for the rest of his life. And even then, they might not be safe. Alright, I'll listen to you. Lastly, be wary of Heavenly Dao. If you go on a killing spree of this era's heaven chosen, it won't ignore you anymore. I know. Di Tian knew that if Wang Wei did not rise, Heavenly Dao would accept him taking the throne because of his overwhelming strength. However, with the current situation, if he began to affect this golden age, the latter would again scheme his downfall. Is there anything else? No, replied Five Fingers. I wanted to help you more, but my situation is not good. Are you and the others all right? Di Tian created 12 humans that he considered his children before creating Ninger. Of the 12, 5 became great emperors, 3 became primarchs, and the other 4 became insurgent Dao monarchs. Little 3, Little 4, and Little 9 all died, said Five Finger with some sadness. As in complete death? Yes. Di Tian sighed as he remembered these kids. Little 3 was a great emperor, and Little 4 and 9 were primarchs. Did they die in the war? Although he had some knowledge before the Null era, they were incomplete. Little 3 and 9 died in the war. Little 4 died in the upper dimension. Although I'm used to life and death, it saddens me to hear of their departure. I'll make a grave for them that I can worship. They would be pleased, replied Five Fingers as he began to fade. He looked at his body before cupping his hand and bowed politely. Father, it was nice to see you again. Di Tian smiled before nodding his head. As he watched his son disappear, he looked dazed for a few minutes before sitting down and continuing his cultivation. Defamation. After this intense battle, many people could not help but look at these two with horror, especially Di Tian. Most people thought he had ceased to be a viable candidate for the throne. But after disappearing for more than 100,000 years, he showed up to declare the throne was his, and only one other person may stop him. At this point, they all have the same thoughts. Do whatever is necessary to get rid of the two. It could be poison, alliance, formation, or assassination. Some daring one even thought about breaking the Immortal Avenue Pact and asking their faction to send some of their immortal ancestors to get rid of these people. Di Tian calmly looked at everyone's reaction and guessed their thoughts and planning for the future. I need a powerful general. He foresaw the possibility that the battle between him and Wang Wei might be very close. And such a battle, anything could tilt the result. He did not care for these people's alliance and used cannon fodder to try to kill him. However, if he has to spend time dealing with them, it would mean his origin essence, spiritual power, and stamina are not at their peak. And in a battle of such magnitude, the slightest difference could mean losing. So, he needed someone to deal with these people and ensure he remained in peak shape. Of course, he was not the only one who came to this conclusion. Wang Wei predicted this possible outcome long ago. Hence the reason he wanted Li Jun to reach immortal venerable strength. You know what to do, right? Don't worry, replied Li Jun. None of them will touch a hair on you. You will be in perfect shape before you fight him. What about you? Asked Wang Wei. I've practiced the secret technique you gave me, replied Tai Gang. With Yen Liling's pills, I can pay a certain price to achieve immortal strength. Very well. Wang Wei nodded before continuing his observation of everyone present. Chen Chen from the Origin Weapon Mountain was not here, but he was not surprised since his Fate Shadow Guard told him of his departure. Su Shi is also absent. However, he did not have any information on the latter. He knew the academy had a plan to deal with her obsession with Lin Fan. Unfortunately, only the headmaster and a few people knew of the plan and its outcome. And the academy has kept its mouth shut on her fate. Regardless, their people were here to acquire a token for her. Besides Tong Ruobing and the Origin Weapon Mountain, the people from the other main profession factions did not show up. Wang Wei expected Lu Cheng from the Origin Pill Dao sect to suddenly rise after the inheritance of the Flame Emperor. As for Wu Ming from the Origin Rune Palace, he guessed this guy was probably trying to destroy the faction from the inside. Xiao Songxi was giving him a complex look. After a quick analysis, he could guess the reason. The Star Sage bloodline of the Baishi clan told him how to win this generation's Heaven Will battle. And the answer is simple if you think carefully: kill him and Di Tian or cultivate the Nine Extremity Foundation. Killing them would require an almost impossible elaborate plan or breaking the Immortal Avenue Pact and asking an insurgent to take action. However, such an act would have political ramifications that would lead to the destruction of the Baishi clan. So, Xiao Songxi is bitter since he knows his chances are slim to none. Wang Wei then focused on Yi Lianxing, Heaven Chosen from the Deep Squid race that called himself the Abyss Squid. He was one of the people who remained standing beside Tong Ruobing and the others. This guy gives me a creepy vibe and a dangerously family aura that I cannot completely identify. I should place him on my killing list. Wang Wei calculated he could probably kill 1 or 2 more people before affecting his Era Sun title. And he is pondering using it on Yi Lianxing as his intuition told him this man had a secret that could become a variable in the upcoming battle. Let's observe for a while. He did not want to rush into something and die because of the unknown. He was not stupid or cocky because of his strength. Wang Wei looked at Ao Shen and frowned. He sensed a powerful treasure that hid the latter's real body. Nevertheless, he felt some sense of familiarity with his aura. Where did the demon race find such a treasure? And where did they get such a powerful Heaven Chosen? The Sleepers or the Fate Shadow Guard have not infiltrated the core of the demon race. Countless thoughts flashed inside his mind as he pondered the information he had. He remembered reading about a secret project of the demon race ages ago to create the ultimate bloodline. Ultimate bloodline? Atavism? Did they want to create an innate creature? Or maybe a creature that contains all the demon race's bloodline? That would be interesting. He moved his eyes, making everybody's heart skip a beat. Every time he focused on someone, everyone else became tense and worried they would suffer the same fate as Yuzhou. Wang Wei glanced at Yang Guowei from the Yang family before moving his eyes. Then he sensed some tension between Jingwu Hua and Ao Shen. While he observed things, someone walked toward him. It was a man with gray skin and yellow eyes. Wang Wei recognized him since he was one of the few who stood next to Li Jun and the other top Heaven Chosens. For more chapters, please visit Pan, DN0 Vel. See, you're Wang Chang's descendant, aren't you? And you are. Yin Zhen from the Body Dao Cave. Wang Wei frowned. He knew about the Body Dao Cave since they were an emperor lineage that dated back to the ancient emperor era with 4 great emperors. The founder of that lineage was a body-refining fanatic and was the first pure body refiner who proved the Dao in that era. He called himself the Body Ancestor and wanted to spread a complementary body refining technique to the Origin system. Unfortunately, body refining was too painful, arduous, and required too many resources. Most cultivators were satisfied with the minimum tempering they had to do for the Origin system, resulting in his dream being crushed. Over time, the Body Dao Cave became the place with the best body refining techniques. Well, maybe not the best, but they have the most extensive collection and the most variety. Yin Zhen? Where have I heard this name? Said Wang Wei, who took a moment to remember. You're the man who lost to my ancestor, Ancient Desolate. He remembered reading about Ancient Desolate's greatest competitor after the Buddhist emperor removed his karma for him. I did not lose to him. Back then, my heavenly zombie art was not completed yet. Whatever helps you sleep at night. So, what do you want with me? Yin Zhen's mouth twitched slightly as he understood how easily this kid could get under people's skin. Nevertheless, he refused to argue with a junior. I have some conflict with your family. I can guess as much. What a rude brat, he muttered. I have accepted my loss to Wang Chong. But tell me why, after I woke up from my seal, I learned the ancient desolate body refining scripture is known as the most powerful body refining scripture. And the reason for such a title is that it grants the cultivator the ability to fight great emperors in the quasi-emperor realm. What a load of bullshit. He only lost to Wang Chong because he did not finish his heavenly zombie art. But now, after sealing himself in Ain Grotto heaven for countless eras, he not only managed to temper his will to a high level but also perfected his technique. It is indeed bullshit. But what can I say? Some things, people, and events are mythified due to time. Brat, are you saying Wang Chong did not spread these lies? Quite the accusations, Lord Yin Zhen, said Wang Wei with squinted eyes. Does your body Dao cave have proof? Otherwise, you're defaming one of our ancestors. And our sect will not take lightly to false accusations. Yin Zhen's yellow eyes shone. Kid, I'm not here for a war of tongues. I only care about proving him the best with body refining. Alright, let's settle this. Wang Wei raised his hand, and Yin Zhen followed. They grasped each other's hands before squeezing. They controlled their strength to prevent affecting the surroundings. Bang! A few seconds later, Yin Zhen's hand exploded, and he looked on in shock. He did not say anything and walked away. There is still a chance, he thought. How is it? Asked Li Jun. 54 Primordial Dragon Force, Peak 5 Leaf, and Room for Growth? Li Jun squinted his eyes. It seems I have work cut out for me. Before everyone could process the situation, a vision occurred above the red gate in the middle of the domain. Heavenly Dao finally appeared. Oddity. Numerous lights flew from the heavens before floating before all the participants. They were all a token with the characters, Heaven Will, inscribed on them. Wang Wei held his token and observed it. As expected, it's not linked exclusively to anyone. If someone lost the token, they would lose their position to fight for the Heaven Will. And as everyone figured out this truth, this thing immediately became the most valuable thing to everyone present. Wang Wei instilled his divine sense and received a message on how it functioned. The current token is inactive and requires sacrifices of the devil race's blood to become active. After Heavenly Dao distributed the tokens, the door to the 9 devil gods began slowly opening, and the process took a few minutes. Hey, what happened to the 2 talents the sect got? Kai Song is doing excellent. She's been absorbing some of the miscellaneous emperor's inheritance and developing her talent for puppetry and constructs. She is now preparing to create her own scripture, replied Yen Liling. ND1, what about that arrogant little guy? He's suffering from heart devil, said Li Jun. Oh, what happened? In just a short 20,000 years, he reached the primordial spirit realm, showing his talent. However, the first thing he did afterward was challenging your projection in the battle tower. And as you can expect, he was abused. Wang Wei left his projection in the battle tower and often used it to fight himself to learn and grow. How come the elders let him do this? Especially in the primordial spirit realm? I guess they wanted to give him a wake-up call and quell his arrogance. But no one expected him to become obsessed with defeating you and creating Heart Demon. They need to fix it as soon as possible. These 2 are the future of the sect. Wang Wei wanted the sect to have more talent and be more prosperous. So, he is prepared to chat with the young lad if necessary to help him deal with his heart devil. The gate finally opened, and he and Di Tian were the first to enter. Wang Wei felt like he had passed through a resistant film, and when he opened his eyes, he was alone and in a different place. We're all scattered? He did not mind as he scanned the surroundings and located the nearest habitat with living creatures. He teleported to a small village full of flame devils. They were a species with a head made of fire with a human body. Wang Wei snapped his finger and killed the nearest devil before checking his token. Then he frowned since nothing had happened. He snapped his finger again, killing all hundreds of people in this village. Nothing happened to his token. What's going on? He looked thousands of meters in the distance to the nearest city. He saw one of the Heaven Chosen waving his hand to instantly massacre a city of billions. However, the latter also frowned as he looked at his token since nothing had changed. There was no indication he had completed a kill or that his token was activating. Wang Wei checked the other place and it was the same. Things are not simple as expected. He prepared to leave when someone flew from the distance and floated before him, looking at him with intense hatred. People from the myriad emperor world, have you not enough? Have we not suffered enough for the actions of our ancestors? If you devils had conquered the endless void, you would do worse than this, replied Wang Wei. But we did not. We lost and paid the price for 2 eras. Shouldn't be enough? Maybe it is. Unfortunately, no one wants to test whether you have truly changed or would revert to your former self after recuperating. This is not about preventing our rise. No, this is plain cruelty, replied the devil. If you guys truly care about that, you should have wiped out our race and taken us out of our misery. The devil looked at the destroyed village, tears falling down his eyes in the shape of lava. His father, mother, younger brother, and sister lived in that village. He knew the cleanup was coming and left to find a way for them to survive. And when he returned, it was too late. The devil did say anything. He looked at Wang Wei with piercing hatred before falling to the ground. He destroyed his soul. 4 more chapters, please visit Pand N0vel. See, I agree with you on that, muttered Wang Wei before leaving. He did not create a tombstone for this unknown devil or the village. That would be too hypocritical even for him. He came here as a conqueror and destroyer and accepted that his hands would be full of blood before he came here. He teleported far away to where he sensed Li Jun and the others. What's going on? Asked Li Jun, confused like everyone. I don't know, but am prepared to find the answer. Wang Wei floated in the air in a cross-legged position, closing his eyes as the power of fate and yin-yang manifested in him. The others protected him and waited. Find something, he said a few minutes later. There is a subcontinent of this world that seemed its own world. Maybe it has something to do with this. Wang Wei waved his hand to create a passage to that continent, but he did not enter himself since he did not know the danger. A gigantic hand appeared above most of the 9 devil gods' world and instantly caught 90% of the heaven chosens before pushing them into that tunnel. Wang Wei and the group waited. They could not see beyond the tunnel, but they could sense the life signs of these people. While waiting, everybody else's Wang Wei did not catch soon arrive around them, looking at the channel and figuring out what had happened. After 15 minutes, the group decided it was worth trying but took out their life-saving talismans, just in case. Wang Wei found himself in a regular place. The only anomaly was a protective film that rose to the heavens. He walked to it and touched it. What is it? Asked Li Jun. We can't enter the 9 devil god until we fulfill some condition. Wang Wei could feel the power of this film was terrifying. It reminded him of the time he asked Wu Hong to show him the power of an eternal emperor. But how is that possible? Heavenly Tao of any world will only reach 2nd-class emperor and barely 1st class. It seems that an anomaly did occur in this world, said Yen Liling as she tried to know a veil to look beyond this veil. The situation is worse than you think. Whoever laid this film should have the power to hide this small world completely, said Wang Wei with a frown. But they did not. Is it the surviving devil gods? But they should be in a weakened state. Even if they sacrificed all their powers, could they do something like this? Added Tai Gang. Could they have revived? But that would mean they removed Empress Wuxia and all the other emperors who reinforced it, said Li Jun. Could it be the people from the upper dimension? The revival of the devil race does not benefit them since they would need a long time to recuperate and pose a threat to anyone. Plus, even if they did return to the peak, no plane would let them achieve the same thing again, analyzed Yen Liling. Time Eater, Undead Phoenix, and Disaster Paragons should have lived in the upper dimension during the true devil's catastrophe. They should know the terror of a revived devil race. Furthermore, if they removed the seal, they might offend Wu Hong, who should be quite the deterrent even in her weakened state. However, her state can also make them bolder and do things they normally would not. Wang Wei realized he did not have enough information to analyze the entire situation since there were too many variables and possibilities to consider. Although the 7 moons appeared on the surface as greedy, selfish, and power-hungry people, each individual has their own goals, ambitions, desires, and schemes. They can only be considered a loose alliance, which was good for Wang Wei once he tried to dismantle their rule. However, it also makes it more difficult to calculate some of their thought patterns and motives for doing anything. And if he considers that some of them usually act individually outside of the group's interest, it becomes even more complicated. While everyone was walking around to determine their next step, a sudden change occurred. Everyone became on guard since they sense a power similar to Heavenly Tao. Wang Wei frowned since he knew Wu Hong sealed the Heavenly Tao of the 9 Devil God world. Above the sky in their isolated area, characters began to appear. The first made a phrase that seemed to be a title, followed by 4 floating characters hanging above everyone's head. The Game of King. The Game of King. King, advisor, general, soldier. Everyone looked at the character and the message to choose a position. These heaven-chosen quickly analyzed they had to participate in some chess game to enter the 9 Devil God world. But what was the point of this? And why would they need to choose which pieces they are? Wang Wei had similar thoughts as these people, but he saw more than them. He detected an absolutely terrifying and brilliant use of order Dao from these characters. Order is about balance and cannot exist without disorder, said Wang Wei out loud to the heavens. Since we must participate in the game, we also must know the rules. A multicolored light appeared above the sky before a book descended in Wang Wei's palm. A few people wanted to rush to get it but remembered who this book belonged to. Meanwhile, Di Tian also wanted to rush but decided to better observe the situation and not make rash decisions. Heavens, please grant this lowly one a rule book, quickly screamed a fast-minded individual. Unfortunately, nothing happened. So, he and many others tried saying the same thing differently. Suddenly, someone rushed toward Wang Wei to grab the book. He did not even look at who it was. Before the person could react, Li Jun kicked the man's head, popping it like a balloon, killing this man's ambitions of achieving immortality and sitting on the throne. Li Jun looked at everyone with bloodlust in his eyes. With his flowing red hair, he looked like a god of slaughter who reveled in the act of killing. And when he licked the blood on his face, he was genuinely menacing. You look disgusting, said Yan Liling, destroying the atmosphere. She took out a silk cloth to wipe his face. Common, honey, I'm trying to be intimidating, said Li Jun with a smile. The atmosphere was not destroyed. Seeing Li Jun instantly kill such a genius and smiling casually like it was nothing was scarier as it indicated this man's unhinged mind. Some people did not care about what occurred and were only concerned with getting a rule book. Di Tian took out an artifact in the shape of a chessboard and activated it. The artifact exuded the power of order, and after a few minutes, he took out a peak quasi-emperor and said to heaven, "This is my offering." As soon as he finished, another book descended from the sky and landed on him. However, he squinted his eyes when he noticed the book in Wang Wei's hand was different than his. However, he did not say anything. He was not stupid and guessed this was intentional to sow conflict. Other people tried Di Tian's method, which worked, so more took their treasure to exchange. Pan, DN0VE1, C, M. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, you can also buy the rules from me, said Wang Wei. And I only need a supernatural tier as exchange. People then gave him a look that said we would never believe in your integrity, especially after how you treated Yin Zhen and Yu Zhou. A cruel and cunning person like you is the least trusted person here. I am offended by the looks on your faces, but I promise to sign the most restrictive contract that I will not change anything from the rules. This statement did increase his credibility. But people were still on guard. Think of it that way. Would you prefer to fund me or the devil race? This was indeed something worth thinking about. If they exchange with this world's heavenly Tao, the one who will benefit is the devil race. On the other hand, they also did not want to increase the foundation of the Tao opening sect. We don't have to buy from you. True. But it's obvious my book is the original and probably has some hidden secrets not found in the others, countered Wang Wei. Many people debated, and in the end, many decided to buy from him. The others continued to buy from Heavenly Tao, and Wang Wei shamelessly called them traitors. As for the others, They bought from the few people who exchanged after Tion. As for Tion himself, he had an unapproachable vibe, so everyone left him alone. Wang Wei made a decent profit, and he kept his word. Of course, the contract he signed also stated these people could not sell it to another person. Then, everybody collectively after reading the rule book because of how strange they were. The first sentence was about how anyone who entered the continent needed a role: king, advisor, general, and soldier. The book indicated the rules and restrictions of each role. King can only fight another king. Kings cannot kill generals, advisors, soldiers, or others. Kings can have up to 5 generals. Only kings can fly. The advisors are responsible for logistics, transportation, and other miscellaneous responsibilities. General leads the soldiers. Only generals can use summoning techniques with a limit on the number. Soldiers can only kill soldiers. Everyone wondered about the meaning of these rules, to be precise, the deeper meanings and implications. "I choose general," suddenly said Tion. The character trembled a little, but nothing occurred. "In that case, I want to be an advisor." The character trembled again, but it was the same result. "Soldier." Nothing happened. "King." Then, the character of king floated above his head. Everyone tested this anomaly and discovered 5 people who could only become king: Tion, Wang Wei, Yin Zhen, Feng Heng, and Yi Lianxiang. "What is with these rules and nonsensical restrictions?" asked Tai Gang. "It seems the objective is to prevent us from slaughtering too many of the devil race," commented Li Jun. "The vagueness of the rules is to give the devil race an advantage," analyzed Yen Liling. "They are probably used to this mode of battle and overwhelm us on experience. Furthermore, we probably do not know all the rules." Liling is right. The rules we have is only because of the disorder balance. However, there are probably hidden rules we have to discover ourselves. "So, what do we do now? Return to prepare for this game?" asked Tai Gang. "I don't think we have a choice," agreed Li Jun. "No. We will use the barbaric method first," said Wang Wei. "For more chapters, please visit Pand N0vel. See, you want to use brute force to break the film? Let's gather the entire world and see what happens." The group left through the space channel before returning to the Myriad Emperor world. However, the moment they landed, their entrance token changed. The characters for King and General appeared with a message asking for a choice. King can enter the battle and bring people with the number based on the activation level of the token. The General is connected to a king, and killing devil races will contribute to activating the king's token. "Things just got more complicated," stated Tai Gang, and he was correct. Yes. Heavenly Dao seems to accept this game of king as part of the heavenly will battle. "So now, trying to use brute force equals intervening in the final battle," said Li Jun with a frown. "Why would it accept such a nonsensical game?" asked Yen Liling. "A new and prosperous era is coming. Heavenly Dao may want the next emperor to have power and display leadership, charisma, and strategic capabilities. That's a reasonable explanation. But are things as simple as that? Probably not. Let's go home first and prepare," said Wang Wei as he felt the same way. Things were not that simple. However, before they could even leave, the token sent another message. Everybody had 3 days before the start of the game. "It's one thing after another," complained Tai Gang, and everybody agreed with him. After returning home to analyze the rules, Wang Wei sensed something and teleported to Wang Clan Mountain, where he saw a worried look on his mother's face. "What's wrong? I think your father might be developing heart demon." Wang Wei sighed. "I'll talk to him." He flew to the fishing river, and his father was in the same position, and he appeared to have been there since their last meeting. Wang Wei could feel the chaotic emotions emanating from his body, even affecting his spiritual power. "What's going on with you?" he asked as he sat next to the ladder. "I've been thinking about the situation and trying to convince myself," replied Wang Tian. "Then, I suddenly thought how you would be disappointed in me if I made the wrong choice and the situation escalated. You don't have to worry about my disappointment. This is about your cultivation path, and I will accept and support whatever you choose. But you will still be disappointed." "Yes, But that's not important, is it? Reassured Wang Wei. Remember when I was a kid, and I refused to become a swordsman? You were disappointed in me, but you still supported and loved me, and I respected you for that. That's true, replied Wang Tian, smiling a little as he reminisced. And in the process, his breathing became smoother. I still cannot make a choice. Let me ask you something. You believe in your pure swordsman path, correct? Of course. Let's imagine a scenario. Two identical swordsmen with the same talents studied the same techniques, fought the same battles, had the same state of mind, Dao heart, battle IQ, etc. One is a pure swordsman, and the other trains his body to the pinnacle. Who would win? The body one, of course. Why? Because of his defense. Shouldn't the pure swordsman overcome the latter's defense? Isn't that the core of your ideology? Overcoming everything with the most powerful attack. So, why would the body swordsman win? He would win because his body would allow him an even greater attack power. He would become the ultimate sword, an unbreakable sword, a sword without weakness. A powerful sword will appear around Wang Tian as he closed his eyes, entering a state of enlightenment. Wang Wei smiled and nodded before leaving. I'm busy, so I can't wait for him to wake up. Don't worry. Now that I think about it, it's weird that you're back, said Yu Yan. Things got complicated. I'll tell you later. Alright. I'll stay by your father's side until he wakes up. Wang Wei flew to reunite with the group. Start of the game. How is it going? Asked Wang Wei as he entered the room. We've asked the elders to begin the troops' mobilization and we are now analyzing the rules, replied Li Jun. Is everything okay on your side? It's deal with. What do you guys have so far? The advisors seemed the most useless of the roles based on the description only. However, it appeared second when the roles appeared. Moreover, what is the meaning of miscellaneous in the job's descriptions? Said Yen Liling. If only kings can fly, battles will become less dynamic, which is both good and bad, commented Li Jun, and there might even be some other restrictions before a king can another. I'm worried about this sentence. Kings cannot kill generals, advisors, soldiers, or others. What do the others mean? Are there any unknown roles we do not know about? Added Tai Gang. If the soldiers cannot fly and teleport, then we would need to march or use other forms of transportation like horses or demonic race. Pointed out Li Jun, this should be one of the jobs of the advisor, transportation. Logistics should involve pills to recuperate, increase strength, and other stuff. That means advisors must have alchemy capabilities, said Yen Liling. Or worse, they might be the only ones who can use alchemy or other professions. This conclusion made sense if the game's purpose was to limit the players, targeting masters of all trades like Wang Wei. Moreover, the advisor must be a capable alchemist like Yen Liling, who can refine various pills. The summoning restrictions are also a way to limit the power of generals, said Li Jun. However, why does it say soldiers can only kill soldiers? Could it be that a large number cannot be used to defeat other roles, or is it something else? Big brother, what do you think? Are you paying attention? I am, but I'm thinking, why only 5 of us could only be kings? Isn't it because of strength? Yes, everyone that was chosen, except for Yi Lianxing, had a minimum strength of 4-leaf immortal venerable. Does that mean he also has that strength? It seems obvious. It does. But everyone who broke the mortal immorta boundary has a certain aura to them that I can recognize, but I did not feel it from him. So, what's so special about him? People like Tai Gang and Liling, who has to use a secret technique to immortal venerable strength, also do not have this aura. Are you saying Yi Lianxiang can increase his strength from quasi-emperor to 4-leaf immortal venerable? And it might be higher? How is that possible? Because of the gap, Li Jun only has 3-leaf and will only achieve 4-leaf in the quasi-emperor realm, and there is the possibility of failure. Maybe you should really kill him, said Tai Gang. He was in for removing any possible hidden danger. Let's observe more since I probably only have 1 spot left. I need to take out the biggest instability, replied Wang Wei. Now, you guys should consider the implications behind these 5 individuals. Implications? Said Li Jun with a frown before his eyes lit up. The devil race's heavenly Dao is not worried about generals or kings that only have 3 leaf or below strength. So, that's the reason I could be both a king or a general. Exactly. This game might be more difficult than we expected. Indeed, said Wang Wei, motioning for everybody to quiet down. He closed his eyes and began to calculate and do simulations, even using his future Buddha self. A few hours later, he said, "The advisor is the most important role in this game." Did you figure something out? Yes, replied Wang Wei before explaining the possible scenario he thought of. That would change the dynamic of everything, commented Li Jun. He then looked at his wife. You will have a lot of work. It's fine. The automatic cauldron is perfect for this kind of scenario. Let's go prepare. Add a few more professions as soldiers, commented Wang Wei. We might need them later. He then flew home to see his wife. Whatever it is you want to ask me, don't. Pan, Hin 0v1, see, I haven't opened my mouth yet. It's your heaven will battle, so deal with it yourself. Sigh. Can you, at least, tell me if there has been any heaven will battle like this one? I know there have been a few odd ones, but nothing as odd as this one. So, it is an anomaly. Wang Wei spent some time with his wife before leaving. He wanted to take the remaining 3 days to strategize and even do some last-minute training with his army. However, before flying away, Wu Hong said, "Be careful of Yi Lianxing. What secret he is gives me a bad vibe. Do you know something?" I feel like I do, but I can't remember. Like many others, such a person did not exist in the previous timeline. However, Yi Lianxing's creepy aura reminded her of one of the few times she experienced terror as a paragon. Unfortunately, the memory is vague and distant. I will be careful. After Wang Wei left, Wu Hong looked into the distance. I can only use it once more, and it's already been planned. She shook her head, a little sad. 4 more chapters, please visit Pand, N0vel. See. Meanwhile, Wang Wei regrouped with the others. They used his time chaos treasure to strategize and conduct training. The entire world was rapidly mobilizing for this sudden change in heaven will battle. Powerful generals instantly became extremely valuable since one cannot even acquire an entrance token without one. 3 days later, everyone gathered again at the starting place of the game. Wang Wei became the king, Yan Liling was the advisor, and Tai Gang, Li Jun, and Wang Ju were generals. Although they could choose 2 more generals from the sect, the group's strategy considered this. Tong Ruobing looked at Wang Wei's group and frowned. Why does he only have 3 generals? More generals meant a bigger army and a higher chance of survival. Is he too confident, or does he know something? She looked in Di Tian's direction and saw that he also only brought 3 generals. And like Wang Wei's formation, one of the generals seemed more focused on information gathering. Something is definitely off. Little did she know these people discovered some hidden rules to this game. Wang Wei used his intellect, while Di Tian used his wealth. One of the treasures he has was refined from the body of a Star Stage Bash clan. In his attempt to revive his wife, he consulted a member with a 5-star bloodline, and when the latter could not give the answer he wanted, he was not pleased. And because of his action, he had this treasure and became the sworn enemy of the Baishi clan. Wang Wei chose for his entrance token, and the others chose General linked to his. I'm counting on you guys. Big brother, don't worry, we have your back. Wang Wei smiled before heading to the protective film. However, before passing through it, something occurred. Heavenly Dao suddenly showed up and said Wang Ju and another person wearing a hood beside Di Tian were banished from entering. What is wrong now? Asked Wang Wei, even though he knew. No answer. I'll agree for her to seal herself. No answer, just the same answer that Wang Ju was banned. Then, let her be a king. Still the same. This is absurd. Wang Wei closed his eyes and used his Sun Era title to summon the myriad Emperor World's Heavenly Dao. He argued that the devil race should not allow changing the rules. Afterward, Negotiations occurred between these world consciousness before they reached an agreement. A seal descended on Wang Ju and Di Tian's shadow, limiting their power. Wang Wei frowned, but he did not say anything else. The group then finally entered the film. They found themselves in an open plain with nothing in the distance. "What is going on with Heavenly Dao?" asked Li Jun. "I don't know," replied Wang Wei. "Let's observe the surroundings for now." "All right." Abundant spiritual qi, so the devil race should be thriving living in such an environment, commented Tai Gang. "The question is how long this place has existed? And how much have they recuperated?" asked Li Jun. "The surrounding space is weird," said Wang Wei as he tried to manipulate the space to no avail. As expected, teleportation is a form of travel that is prohibited. "Liling, can you teleport?" Yen Liling controlled her law to bend the space. "No. I don't think it's what it meant with transportation. Maybe through teleportation? However, this might also be forbidden if your guess is correct." "True. Try flying." Everyone then tried to fly into the sky, and a powerful force prevented them. "Please choose your soldiers." These characters suddenly appeared, floating above this group's head. The group then summoned their legions, the Slaughter and Undying Legion. "You have reached the maximum number of soldiers. Please be warned that spatial treasures will be forbidden from now on. So, take out your weapons and armor immediately." "So, they are trying to prevent us from placing soldiers in small worlds to transport them," commented Tai Gang. "What about for advisors?" asked Wang Wei. "The advisors are allowed to remove limited items from their space ring." "Do you think we would know the answer if we did not ask this question?" asked Yen Liling. "Probably not. But it's not that hard to figure out." "I think," replied Li Jun. "Let's test out a few things," said Wang Wei before flying in the distance and returning a few minutes later. The king can only travel a certain distance from his troops. Luckily, the distance is not that horrible. "The devil race in this continent better have the same rules and restrictions," said Tai Gang. "Otherwise, this would be ridiculous." "They have to," replied Wang Wei. "Wang Ju, send your scout. Well, march afterward." Wang Ju only brought the least amount of people in the group because of the previous tactics. A few hours later, she returned with some news. "Sect Master, your prediction was correct." Suffocating. Li Jun and Tai Gang each led 5 million soldiers, walking in perfect order and wearing the best armor and weapon. Anyone who watched these groups could feel the intense aura they emanated, immediately realizing they were soldiers who had seen blood and slaughter. "Halt!" roared Li Jun, and everyone stopped simultaneously. He looked at his man and could see them breathing hard and sweating. "The information is correct," said Li Jun to the group next to him. "They only walked a few thousand kilometers and are already this tired," commented Yen Liling. "The weakest cultivation level of these soldiers is primordial spirit, with many middle officers in the void-shattering realm. Meanwhile, the lieutenants are all saints. Any of these soldiers would be god back on Earth or considered middle or high level in other worlds. Yet, after walking a few thousand meters, they were out of breath, sweating, and displaying signs of fatigue. So, the restrictions of soldiers is that besides their strength, their stamina is limited to immortal?" complained Tai Gang, feeling more absurd about this game. "It might be worse than this," said Wang Wei. "Ordered them to recuperate." Li Jun made a hand movement, and the soldier perfectly sat cross-legged on the ground, entering a deep state of meditation while holding their weapons. Half an hour later, "It's useless. They are not recuperating their stamina." "Give them some food and pills," ordered Wang Wei, and Yen Liling did so. After eating the food, the soldiers' stamina recuperated. You, and you," said Li Jun pointing to 3 people in the front. "Go to the side and use all your origin essence." The soldiers followed his order and used the fastest way to deplete their origin essence. Then they cultivate to recuperate. "Useless, as expected," said Li Jun. Yen Liling approached the soldiers and gave them energy-recuperating pills, and they quickly recovered. "Resources will be extremely valuable," she said. The game allowed her to remove limited items from her space ring. So, she will need to use the resources of this place to supplement her soldiers. I'm surprised they did not make us use our own resources, commented Tai Gang. That's what the exchange at the beginning was for, added Wang Wei before looking in the distance. Heavenly Dao purposely teleported us to a faraway place so we could waste the resources in our spirit ring. If resources are not managed properly, we could be wiped out. This game seems to value mortal strategies and abilities. Mortal generals have to worry about their army's state when marching, their transportation, logistics, etc. Meanwhile, as a cultivator, he rarely has to worry about his soldiers' stamina and traveling speed. Luckily, he also had to learn these things when his army was young, and he also read Sun Tzu's Art of War from Wang Wei. Personal ability should play a role in this game as well, said Wang Wei as he closed his eyes and expanded his divine sense of the surrounding. Nope, they restricted that too. Tai Gang is right. This is bullshit. That's what I've been saying. Let's go in that direction. I've detected life. The armies continue their march, with the group focusing on managing their pace and keeping tabs on the soldiers. After 5 days of marching, numerous breaks, and hunting food for the soldiers, the group arrived at a small devil race village and immediately noticed a few anomalies. What race is this? Asked Tai Gang. He learned of the subspecies of the devil race, but he had never seen such a creature, so he thought it was a lack of knowledge and experience. They looked like humans with horns, said Li Jun. There is no devil species like this. The closest is the horn devil, but they have claws, fangs, and wings. Only a few devil races externally looked like humans, added Yan Liling. Is this a new species? Their bloodline has some human mixed on it, said Wang Wei as he scanned them with his divine sense. More importantly, have you guys noticed something even more abnormal? Yes, they are not afraid of us, she replied. I cannot see the slightest fears in any of their eyes. The group did not act rashly and observed. These devils only glanced at their large army and continued to live their lives as if nothing had occurred. Some of the children even looked at them with curious eyes. Wang Ju, send one of your men to kill one person, ordered Wang Wei. A fate shadow guard approached the nearest healthy man and slashed his head, immediately turning the village into a frenzy. Children hurtled with their mothers, and the man stood in front, protecting everybody. Wang Wei and the group did not continue to kill and waited. They checked the entrance token to see if this kill made any change. It did not. Half an hour later, a new message suddenly appeared in the sky. Soldier has violated the rules. According to the stipulations, preparing for annihilation. A terrifying power brewed from the sky and ready to annihilate that guard. And he knew that nothing he could do could save him. There was no fear or other emotions on the shadow guard's face. He was trained to die for the leader, and when the moment arrived, he accepted his fate. This is his infraction, yelled Wang Wei. Annihilation cancel. First infraction punishment, weakened state. 4 more chapters, please visit Pand, N0vel. See, for how long? Countered Wang Wei. 3 days. A light sphere from the sky entered the fate shadow guard's body. His aura suddenly drastically decreased, and his expression became pale. Wang Wei walked next to him. Thank you, Lord. Don't mention it. I won't let my man die if I can help it, replied Wang Wei as he observed the latter's weakened state. We now understand the rule. Soldiers can only kill soldiers. It's to protect the mortals of this continent and prevent mindless slaughter, said Li Jun. The question is, why does our heavenly Dao suddenly care about mortals? In the previous cleanup, everything was permitted, added Yan Liling. No one could answer her, so the crew focused on Wang Wei. Did you find something? Not really. It's the power of order, beyond my ability to deal with. The best I can do is quickly figure out the hidden rules, replied Wang Wei. He tried to study and deal with Wang Jisil, but it was useless. Luckily, she could still use Immortal Venerable 3-leaf strength. Wang Wei looked in the sky as he mobilized his Dao of Fate and Yin-Yang, trying to divine and calculate any information about this continent, for example, the history and evolution of this place. He then tried the power of time to see if he could see the past before proceeding to read the fate line of the villagers. So, all conceptual abilities not used in battle are limited? Does this game want to turn us into mortals with only powerful destructive power? Or am I missing something? One Wang Wei looked in the distance, his gaze landing on an elderly man who seemed to have a high position in this village, most likely the elder. He waved his hand, and the elder flew before him. Foreign demon, have you not learned your lesson? The heavens protect us. Wang Wei ignored him as he entered the latter's memory and saw everything from birth until now. And as expected, as the oldest person in this village, the elder knew some valuable information. There is a big city about 5 kilometers northeast, said Wang Wei. Take all their food and burn their farms. Li Jun frowned before ordering his man to do as he said. The troop marched forward, leaving a devastated village. After walking for a few hours, he approached Wang Wei and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." "If you were fine, you would have turned that village into a resource-gathering spot for our troops." Wang Wei sighed. "I was hoping you wouldn't notice." He was embarrassed. "Come on, I know you better than this." "I just find this place too suffocating," replied Wang Wei as he looked at the sky. Li Jun understood and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry. I've calmed down." Wang Wei decided to better control his mood during this game. The group continued their march, taking the necessary pause and break. After 5 days, they finally arrived in a big city. The troop immediately noticed the city was prepared with the gate closed and soldiers on the city wall. So, Li Jun ordered everyone to siege the place and waited outside, deciding on the subsequent attack strategy. Somewhere in this continent, a secret gathering took place. 7 shadows sat at a rectangular table, 3 on each side with 1 person on the head. "Hasn't these meetings become too often?" asked a voice. "Shut up, Grit. You're always complaining about something." "Unlike you, Lust, who spends all the time staring at a mirror, I have better things to do." "Shut up," said Pride, who knew these people would bicker for hours if this continued. "We have these meetings often because of the cleanup. I'm assuming this is the reason we are here, Wrath?" Everybody looked at the head position. "That's correct." "7 sins. Our race has been hiding, planning, and preparing for this moment for countless generations," said Wrath. "So, make sure everything proceeds smoothly." Everyone listened as they were used to Wrath's grand speech. "Whose territory did Di Tian and Wang Wei land on?" "Di Tian is in my territory," replied Lust. "I have Wang Wei," added Sloth. "You guys know the plan, avoid them at all costs." "So, we will just let them slaughter our people?" countered Envy. "Unless you have a way to deal with a 9-extremity foundation, what choice do you have?" asked Greed with a sneer. "We are not letting them wantonly slaughter," explained Wrath. "We will use the practice tactics to make things difficult for them and limit their accomplishment. Our objective is for them to leave after accomplishing their goal with the minimum requirement. If any of you directly confront any of these two, the result will only be your pointless death." "That's fair," acknowledged Envy. "What about the other ultimate kings? What do we do with them?" asked Pride. "With enough planning, we can deal with them, but be extremely cautious," replied Wrath. "However, stay away from Yi Lianxing. Give him the same treatment as the 2 supreme kings." Our information did not indicate anything special about him. Even his strength seemed ordinary. Just know his secret is enough to warrant this level of caution. The others gave Wrath a look and agreed. "What about Mo Xingyun? According to our predictions, as an anomaly, she was supposed to be an ultimate king? The recent information is that she has some conflict with Wang Wei and has to use a puppet to attend to the cleanup," explained Pride. "She's in my territory, how do I deal with her?" asked Gluttony. "Use your troops to eliminate her puppet body and her troops," ordered Wrath. "As you wish. We will regroup if something unexpected changes," declared Wrath before dismissing everybody. Hopefully, the plan goes smoothly. Lust territory, a magnificent palace. A beautiful woman dressed in a black hanfu with braided hair suddenly opened her eyes. She looked indistinguishable from a human except for her very long nails, which were at least 10 centimeters and very sharp. She gently picked 2 pictures, Di Tian and Wang Wei. I finally have a chance to surpass Wrath. How can I give up so easily? Many things flashed in her mind before putting Di Tian's picture away and holding Wang Wei. He seems the easiest target of the 2, so let's begin with him. An overlord? 9 Extremity Foundation? A Sun Era? Lus sneered. Every man has a weakness, and yours happened to be your family. She then left the palace to prepare. Sloth territory. The group sat in a tent with a table and a map in the middle, looking at a rendition of the city. What's the best method to attack the city? Asked Wang Wei. A direct attack would result in too many casualties since our enemy is ready, commented Tai Gang before pointing to a spot. And it does not help there is only one gate for the entire city. Although that's bad, it will become our advantage if we can take down the city, commented Li Jun. Another problem is the city formation, making things even harder. I worry the people will burn the food and destroy the resources once it appears we're about to conquer the city, added Yen Liling. Can we siege the city and starve the people inside? Suggested Tai Gang. Our logistics won't last for that long, Yen Liling shook his head. We don't have a cavalry yet, so this limit our options, said Li Jun. He then looked at Wang Ju. Have your scouts found a group of demonic beasts yet? Please visit P-N0V1. No, we only find a few beasts, but they are not suitable for war. Li Jun touched his forehead. The best option might be to use the advantage of the Undying Army to break the city gate forcefully. The city is protected by a powerful formation that can block the 3 generals for a relatively long time, even if they use their immortal strength, limiting the use of brute force in this scenario. Use the array virus, said Wang Wei. Array virus? Li Jun's eyes lit up. You want the Fate Shadow Guard to infiltrate the city array with the virus, deactivate it from the inside and even open the gate from the inside? Pa-N, Dan 0V1. C0M, yes. Many years ago, Wang Wei theorized. Arrays were similar to computer programs that worked in reality. So, he invented a prototype of a hacking virus for arrays and tested it during the Heaven-Chosen selection trial in the academy. After so many years, this thing has been perfected. The city formation is only quasi-emperor tier, and the only reason for its power is because it's part of a bigger formation, Yen Liling explained. However, I did not bring one with me. And it would take some time to make one. The array virus is now a standard equipment of the Fate Shadow Guard, so we brought some, reported Wang Ju. Excellent, uttered Li Jun. Let's plan the attack for tomorrow night. Everyone left to prepare for the battle except Wang Wei. He was useless unless Aang showed up. So, he closed his eyes to cultivate. After calming down and analyzing the situation, he realized this place was an excellent opportunity for him to study Order Disorder Dao, and Heavenly Dao itself would be his teacher. By studying this game and the application of Order Dao, he can learn the hidden rules and secrets and dramatically increase his understanding of fate, not just order, but also fate. The night, the troops gathered outside the White Fang City, alarming the wall soldiers. How many people do we kill after breaking the gate? Asked Tai Gang, sitting on the 2 horses they could find. We will kill 80% and leave the rest for resources farming. All right. Archer Squad, roared Li Jun, and a group of individuals in his and Tai Gang's legion prepared their bows and arrows. Li Jun trained these squads by creating a scripture called Military Archery Art, based on the weapon law part of his Slaughter Dao. The power of law manifested on all these archers, indicating they were all in the void-shattering realm. Li Jun sensed the devastating power of his man and smiled. He had to rely on time formation and the Dao Seed Pond to cultivate these men. The Dao Seed Pond is one of the Foundation's secret realms of the sect. Whenever a void-shattering realm cultivator or above dies, they would condense a Dao seed to leave in the pond. Even sealed individuals would do the same after. Then, future generations can use these seeds to comprehend the law. However, this feature is not why the pond is so valuable to the sect. Its value came from the fact the sect can choose people to inherit these seeds and the power of the person who condensed it. The only drawback is that a person will forever stay in the realm of whoever's seed they inherited. Most, if not all, emperor lineage has something similar. And this pond is why ancient sects from the ancient emperor era have such a deep foundation. The amount of tier 7 and above cultivators they have cultivated since ancient times is astronomical. Fire. Two. Arrows descended on the wall, covering the sky like a plague of rats. The city formation activated and created a protective barrier over the entire city. Bang, bang, bang. The barrier trembled, and the heart of the soldiers in the wall followed it. Luckily, nothing happened, boosting their confidence. The city guardian began to yell for his archers to return fire. Unfortunately, he soon discovered his enemy outclassed him in skill since none of his arrows could reach the enemy. The archer squad would fire 2 arrows for every arrow the wall archers fired. One to counter them and the other to cause damage to the formation and city wall. The attack continued for half an hour when Li Jun received a message from Wang Ju. "Alright, let's put more pressure on them and force them to focus on us." He raised his hand to condense a spear and throw it. A blood-red light cut through the night sky, eliciting deep fear in these soldiers' hearts. Luckily, the formation protected them. "The space had no change," muttered Li Jun before continuing his attack. And this time, it was a barrage instead of just one attack. Meanwhile, Tai Gang looked at him with envy of his strength. He practiced the 8 heterogeneity foundation. The sect gave him all the resources he needed for his clones. Unfortunately, he failed in the last process of fusion, almost dying in the process. So now, he has to use a special pill refined by Yen Liling and a secret technique to temporarily fuse and use immortal venerable strength. Suddenly, he noticed the city's protective barrier flickered before disappearing, and his eyes lit up. Li Jun did not waste time and threw a spear that blew the city gate open. "Charge!" he roared, and Tai Gang followed. Bloodline mixture? Thank you to Wei for the magic castle. This gift means a lot to me because of the situation and because it's my first magic cast. Remember this. Once again, thank you. Li Jun led the troops inside the city to confront their defensive army. They faced an army made of the Black Wing race, a devil race with black wings and horns. Unfortunately, with the game's restriction, this race that could naturally fly lost its advantage. Li Jun led the troops but did not participate much in the battle after killing a few hundred people. Instead, he overlooked the situation to ensure nothing unexpected occurred and waited in case the enemy had a mighty general. He would also protect his men as much as possible to reduce the loss. Meanwhile, Tai Gang led the slaughter in this battle. His undying legion relies on his innate talent, so he should have waited behind a layer of protection in case something occurred to him. However, he always considered himself a fighter and would be the first to head into battle. Bang! Tai Gang threw a punch and generated an immense vibration that killed thousands. He instantly appeared before a row of soldiers that remained perfectly in their army formation despite the dire situation. Boom! With one punch, the heads of thousands of soldiers exploded in a vertical line, creating a scene similar to numerous balloons exploding consecutively. The sight was strangely beautiful. And as the soldiers watched their comrades' fate, fear flashed on their faces. Fear? I thought the devil race did not know fear easily. From the records, he read about the devil era. Devils would become excited and even more powerful during slaughter, and it did not matter if it was their own. The negative energy or karma produced by acts of brutality boosted their strength, which is one of the reasons they were the perfect war machines that conquered countless planes. Tai Gang did not focus too much on these things before attacking again. He controlled his heart to beat at a unique frequency that forced the soldier's heart to match his. Then he exploded their hearts, killing thousands if not more. Tai Gang cultivated the Tao of vibration with a minor in Fist Tao. And since Wang Wei used to apple vibration in his battle in his early years, thus he taught him many things. Additionally, vibration is a powerful Dao that many seniors of the Dao opening sect once cultivated, so Tai Gang had many resources available. With his effort, talent, luck, and willpower, he created his own scripture, the Heaven and Earth Vibration Sutra, turning him into a slaughter machine. Furthermore, he also relied on his unique innate talent to add some to his vibration Dao and make it unique. Tai Gang stomped his feet on the ground to generate an earthquake that buried thousands of soldiers. He also controlled the earth on the ground to ensure his attack did not do too much damage to the city, as per his order. He looked at one of the squads and whistled. However, this was not a normal whistle, but using a terrifying frequency that directly exploded the brain and soul of these devils. It's better to kill using my fist, he thought before rushing to another group and becoming a maniac that enjoyed exploding people's heads. He used the ground's vibration to push himself forward, drastically increasing his speed. Without using any technique, he could just barge into a group. Once they hit his body, the vibration generated would be redirected toward the enemy, creating even more devastating damage. Tai Gang headed to another squad and noticed the group had dropped their weapons and had a pale complexion. He did not care about the enemy's surrender since they had not reached the 80% allocation. "You can't kill us," roared a soldier, making Tai Gang stop and look at this group. He did not ignore these people's words, given the current situation. "And why can't I kill you? We are mortals now." Tai Gang frowned. "You can check. We have destroyed our cultivation and are now mortals." Is this another hidden rule? Thought Tai Gang before looking in the distance. He immediately used his divine sense to message Li Jun, who ordered his men to stop killing. He quickly accessed the situation and learned many of his men killed these mortals. "Pa, nd, a novon, danmit," he said before immediately contacting Wang Wei, who flew from the distance. A few minutes after his arrival, Heavenly Dao, or the Game Master, manifested above the city. Rule breaker detected. Launching punishment. No punishment is needed since these soldiers became non-combatant during active battle. Their action should not be allowed in the first place. Heavenly Dao slowed down the process of gathering power. Punishment avoided. Be mindful in the future. Li Jun, if you need to save our men in the future, use the same tactic as them, said Wang Wei with a sneer before Heavenly Dao disappeared. That's a good strategy. After all, we will only waste some resources to recultivate them. Please visit P.N0V1. Co. All these men were talented disciples in one way or the other, and the resources used to cultivate them are not worth searching for talented and loyal individuals. Li Jun mobilized his men to get the city under control since a few people chose to fight until death. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was observing the people who surrendered. Most had fears and relief in their eyes. However, some looked at him with defiance, telling him he could not do anything to them. Wang Wei did not care as this was not true. He had thought of two ways to kill these people. The first one is to have members of his troop abandon their cultivation, losing their status as soldiers and ordering them to kill these people. Of course, there is also the possibility of hidden rules which state that foreign soldiers who lose their soldier status must leave the game and cannot do such a thing. In that case, he would use his second plan, turn them against each other. He would read these people's memories and divide them into two groups, each containing people with grievances, even the tiniest contradictions. Then he would dangle starvation before them. He would tell them he would feed only one group, the group that is the final winner. Finally, he would watch the ensuing slaughter for survival. Wang Wei knew some people might resist and refuse to fight. But as long as one person does it, others will follow. And when the others realized they would die of starvation, well, there is a saying that a starving beast will even bite its master's hand. Wang Wei shook his head before continuing to observe the thing he came here for. A few minutes later, Li Jun approached him. Did you discover something? Yes. They are mixed with human bloodline. Who? These people? Pointed at the one in front of them. No. All the devil races in this city. Are you saying these devils fuse with human bloodline? But they hate us. That's not important. True. Do you think someone artificially engineered this bloodline mixture? But for what reason? The best theory I have is a way to escape Wu Hong's seal. If the devil race became a subspecies of humans, they would no longer be the devil race, and the seal would not work on them. However, is that possible? It seems too easy. It's not simple. They would also have to be acknowledged as a new human subspecies. Acknowledgement from the myriad emperor world's heavenly Dao? Wang Wei shook his head. The seal affected the entire endless dimension. And the devil race was also once a species on that level. So, they would need true heavenly Daoist permission. You don't sound too sure. It's just a theory. Plus, I feel like I'm missing something. We have time for you to figure it out, said Li Jun. Nevertheless, whoever is responsible for this plan is either very powerful or extremely intelligent. They also have no fear of Wu Hong or willing to die for the revival of the devil race. Li Jun patted his shoulder and did not say anything more. He's only the muscle and only uses his brain when needed. Let's go discuss our next step. Lust Territory, Red Rose City. Tion slowly walked around the destroyed city with a serene look. The troops lost way above the bottom line I wanted, and many of the resources were destroyed before we conquered the city. He frowned as he looked at the result of this war. I need better generals for the Heaven Will battle. He could see that his army would not survive in a confrontation against Wang Wei because of superb generals like Li Jun and Tai Gang or a supporter like Yan Liling. The only thing he has equal to Wang Wei is his shadow, who has 70% of his strength. If his sleeper still existed, he could find a talent from there that had the potential of breaking the mortal-immortal boundary. Unfortunately, the D clan did not have such a talent in this generation. Should I wake up a sealed heaven chosen? With his status in the clan, there should be no issue using a sleeping heaven chosen as a general. His eyes suddenly lit up. There might be a better alternative. He had an idea and calculated the success potential. Tion took a breath. Before anything else, I need to figure out the rules of this game. He lost too many soldiers because of the stupid hidden rules. His era. Wang Wei and the group sat in the city lord's mansion and reviewed the situation, planning for the future. Wang Wei looked at his king token and saw it was activating, meaning killing these devil races was effective. How was our lost? The Slaughter Legion suffered minor deaths and a few injuries. But the Undying Legion had no death, replied Li Jun with some envy. Since Tai Gang linked the lives of each soldier in the Undying Legion, it was challenging to kill one of them. Where is the scripture based on your innate talent? Do you think you guys can easily create powerful and unique cultivation scriptures? It's still coming, complained Tai Gang. We offered you our help. I have my own pride. Plus, my intuition tells me this might be an opportunity if I created it on my own. Well, you better hurry since the Heaven Will battle is coming, and I need the scripture before him so I have enough time to train my men. Li Jun is right, said Wang Wei. After the cleanup, ask the sect for enlightenment-inducing resources to help you. Thank you. All right, what's next? The Fate Shadow Guard discovered a medicinal garden in a small world full of mortal food and spiritual herbs. Someone tried to destroy it, but we stopped them, reported Wang Ju. Normally, mortal farming is separated from spiritual gardens. But someone placed them together, commented Yan Liling. They designed the city to maximize food production and to destroy the resources when needed. And if you consider the formation the city is connected to, the devil race has been preparing this game for quite some time. The question is, are they doing this just to survive, or is there something else? Added Li Jun. Don't worry about that for now, Wang Wei stated. How are the soldiers recuperating? There is enough food to deal with their stamina. I've used the spirit herbs in the garden to make energy recuperating pills for them. Luckily I have the automated cauldron so I don't have to slave day and night for these pills. What horses and animals for traveling? We found a few, but not enough to form a cavalry. That's not good, muttered Wang Wei. Yan Liling, I need you to try to recreate the constructs to see if we can use them for travel and battle. And it would be great if we could use the soaring phoenix for transport, commented Li Jun. However, Wang Wei and the group were not too hopeful. Heavenly Dao seemed to target them while also having detailed information about them. And anyone who enters the Dao opening sex domains would know about the constructs. So, it's almost guaranteed they would be restricted in this game. The group continued their conversation for a moment before scheduling for another day. Some plans cannot be immediately decided without knowing the situation of transportation and other things. A few days later, outside the alchemy room, everyone waited until Yan Liling walked out. She immediately shook her head. So, it's restricted? Not even that. A mysterious power suddenly appeared and prevented me from refining the constructs. So, even the heaven-hiding formation was useless, muttered Wang Wei. What about the horse construct? He suspected the constructs that replaced cars, helicopters, or even planes would be restricted. So, he tasted her by refining a magical artifact or puppet in the shape of a horse and powered by spiritual energy to replace animals or demonic beasts. It was an attempt at circumventing the rules. Useless, replied Yan Liling. I have even tried establishing a teleportation array, and it did not work. So, we have to rely on mortal means for everything? Sneered Li Jun. It doesn't make sense to me, commented Tai Gang. While the rules restrict us, it also restricts the development of the devil race. We destroyed the devil race civilization. So, if they want a chance at survival, they must bring us to their level and play their game, analyzed Wang Wei. They would lose miserably if they tried to catch up with us in such a short time of recuperating. Everyone felt a sense of suffocation. Although these people did not have the same goal as Wang Wei, no cultivators enjoyed having restrictions on them. Most cultivate to have power so they can be lawless, doing anything they desire between heaven and earth. There is good news, said Yan Liling as she led them to the medicine garden, showing them a large farm of grown food. The good fortune seeds worked? Yes, nodded Yan Liling. In just a few days, with abundant spirit qi, we cultivated enough food to feed our 10 million troops for 3 months. The good fortune seed is a project Wang Wei thought of since his qi luck trial. He wanted to create these seeds or crops that could grow quickly by absorbing spiritual qi from the environment. His original goal was to feed his Grand Xia dynasty citizens. Unfortunately, he did not have the capability back then. However, over the years, with his power and understanding of the good fortune flame, he finally created the seed. Please visit P.N0V1. Co. M. With this seed, the mortal in the Dao opening sect never has to worry about food. He plans to use this seed to feed the entire myriad emperor world and amass a ton of merit. Additionally, the seed has another benefit. It's beneficial for cultivators in the body tempering, divine sea, and even divine Altair realms. Cultivators can acquire the spiritual qi they need from the products grown from the good fortune seed instead of hard cultivation. It makes cultivating in these realms easier and faster. Over the years, the Dao opening sect has cultivated many low-level disciples with these seeds. And Wang Wei tasked Yan Liling to bring some into this continent to ensure the troop no longer have any problems. There is some bad news, added Yan Liling. As expected, Li Jun's mouth twitched. It's not bad. After testing, I discover that the good fortune rice can only replenish a quarter of the soldier's origin essence. They still need to take pills to recover completely. At least your workload will decrease, comforted Li Jun, and Yan Liling nodded. The era you're about to create will truly be brilliant, suddenly said Tai Gang as he looked at the field. What brings this on? Asked Wang Wei. The idea just popped into my head, he replied. Do you have a name for it? Now that I think about it, you never told us, added Li Jun. If you think about it, the core of everything, the name is easy to guess. Everybody's eyes lit up. Indeed, commented Li Jun, but aren't you worried about some third-class emperor ruining all your hard work after inheriting such immense power? Third-class emperor? Said Wang Wei with a sneer. Only first class can continue my legacy, and I won't even accept ascendant. Plus, even first class won't be guaranteed. I will leave tests based on intelligence, tactical strategy, leadership, and charisma. I won't leave a back door for the Dao opening sect, and I might make their tests harder. I want my era to be the most prosperous but also the longest. Wang Wei knew his era couldn't last forever. Things that rise must fall, which is the balance rule of heaven and earth. However, he can take steps to ensure the new era lasts as long as possible by preventing weak and unworthy people from inheriting his legacy and power. Finally, he'll have you guys to keep them in check, added Wang Wei. No problem, replied Li Jun. Have you considered what will happen when another race proves the Dao, Panda, NOV, E1, that will be part of the test? They have to show that they can show some level of impartiality. It'll also leave some of my strength to punish anyone who tried to abuse the system. As long as you've thought of the possible consequences and prepared, nodded Yan Liling. Don't mention these things since it's too early, said Wang Wei. What's our next step? His king entrance token was nowhere near the activation level, so they needed to continue killing. Do we need to establish a dynasty like the Great Xia? Suggested Tai Gang. We don't have to worry about food issues. However, I feel this would make more trouble than it's worth. You're right. Governing the devil race would be a nightmare because of their hatred for us, commented Yan Liling. Such a dynasty would have too many rebellions, and with the lack of transportation, the larger our borders, the worse the situation would become. It also does not help when we cannot use death to instill fear and control the citizen, added Li Jun. Dynasty or religion is not viable, especially if we consider the time we have in this continent. So, what's the best course of action? Continue with our army, sweeping one city after the other, said Li Jun. In that case, we need a map of the surrounding. A map of the continent would be ideal, but I doubt we will find that, said Wang Wei. Did we find one in the city lord's study room? No. It appeared they purposely did not leave any written records of a map, replied Wang Ju, who stood behind Wang Wei. Did you search the city lord's soul? He killed himself and erased his mind. I admire the devil race's determination, but they are just making things more annoying, commented Wang Wei. In the next city, make sure to get a map. Otherwise, Yan Liling and I will have to figure out the terrain based on the large-scale formation that each city is part of it. Everybody went to accomplish their task to prepare to march. Military tactic? Li Jun ran forward with his spear pointed forward, eradicating anyone in his path. He then waved his spear to the left, creating a river of blood that drowned a squadron of 100,000. He looked to another group and roared. Roar of God. When God is angered, mortal suffers. His roar generated a potent power that annihilated the soul and body of anyone in his path. Li Jun then opened his mouth to spew an eerily green smoke. Anyone affected by it had black veins on their bodies and faces, their eyes turned red, and they vomited black blood. They died of poison. Owen Li Jun then focused on another group. With one look, the soldiers instantly became pale, lost their hair, and their eye sockets became thin. They died of unknown and uncurable diseases. Fear enveloped the soldiers who witnessed his brutal slaughter, and Li Jun used this to his image. He controlled the generated fear to immobilize the surrounding soldiers, preventing them from destroying their cultivation. He only came for one thing, killing. He wanted to kill as many devil races as possible before they used the same tactic in the previous city. While Li Jun was searching for his next target, he heard a scream before seeing a young-looking devil rushing toward him, with no fear and determination to die with him. Li Jun calmly looked at him. In his eyes, this soldier was slower than a snail. He calmly caught the soldier's spear and crushed it with his hand. Then he stabbed the latter with his spear. The soldier looked directly at him, his eyes full of hatred and unwillingness. Curse you into the human race. Do you expect me to be angry at the words of a loser? Li Jun responded calmly. On the contrary, I feel pity for your kind. Pity how far you've all fallen from the ancient era. And whose fault is that? Yours, of course, replied Li Jun. You guys became too greedy and created too much negative karma. Too much even for you to swallow, and now, you're paying the price. The soldier looked at him fiercely before the light in his eyes faded away. Li Jun shook his head. Some devils felt they are themselves and should not pay for the crime of their ancestors. Others believed they should have continued to rule the world or, at the very least, remained a strong race after that event. Li Jun looked at another squad and used a technique, frenzy of slaughter. The soldiers' eyes turned red before they began to fight and kill each other. It was like their previous comrade was their worst enemy, as if they were the kind of enemy that killed their parents and took their wives. Another squad came to try to wake up these people from the nightmare. Unfortunately, these people also attacked them before members of this squad also became infected and turned mad in the same manner. Li Jun waved his spear to generate a rain of weapons, killing people in large quantities. He went on a slaughter spree for more than half an hour before the battle ended, and the group conquered their second city. With his previous experience, Li Jun was swifter in dealing with the aftermath. Military tactic room. Wang Wei looked at his token and nodded in satisfaction. Li Jun looked at the battle report, and he, too, nodded in satisfaction. This city put up more of a fight, said Tai Gang. The Blood Devil race are more militant, so few were willing to surrender even in the face of death, said Wang Wei. Did we get the map? Yes, replied Wang Ju succinctly before laying a map on the central table. There are 7 territories in this continent, each named after one of the 7 deadly sins. We are now in the sloth territory, and the territory closest to us is greed. In the grand scheme of worlds, this continent is small, said Li Jun as he looked at the map. However, it is too big for us. With our marching speed, it would take us 10 years to reach the greed territory and 6 if we have horses. It doesn't make sense, Yan Liling pointed out. With such a scale, such primitive traveling method would make things a nightmare and even hinder the development of the devil race. Even if they want to restrict us, isn't this going too far? She imagined the nightmare it would be to build the cities that make up the formation and how the lack of communication would impact the entire continent. Everything we have encountered so far indicates the game was well planned out, meaning there must be a chain of command and a way to communicate long distance, Wang Wei said. And if there is a way to communicate, there must be a way to travel instantly. A hidden rule that allowed teleportation, summarized Tai Gang, who no longer complained about this nonsense game since he expects the bullshit to continue. Any ideas? Asked Li Jun. Wang Wei shook his head. Too many possibilities. In that case, let's move on, announced Li Jun. Our next target is Hell Tiger City. When is the reinforcement logistic coming? The group left a group of soldiers in White Fang City to plant a new batch of crops and bring more food. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Co. M. If we consider the time it took us to reach here, the fact they are a small group and the time for the crops to grow, they'll arrive in 3 days, replied Yan Liling. We will depart on the 5th day. 5 days later, the legions began their march toward the next city. Midway through the journey, one of the Fate Shadow Guard rushed to the group. Enemies detected on the east side. Oh, how many people are there? Asked Li Jun, estimated to be roughly 20 million soldiers. So, the same as our numbers. Do you recognize who they were? Is there a king present? Asked Wang Wei with hope in his voice. He's slowly dying of boredom after not doing anything for the past weeks. Before the soldier could answer, another scout arrived. Enemies are approaching on the north side. Then, 2 more approached with news of the enemy coming from the west and south side. We are surrounded, commented Tai Gang. With each side having 20 million soldiers, that's a total of 80 million, 4 times our number. This could prove to be dangerous. Do you think someone is watching us? Asked Yan Liling. To blindside us easily with this tactic is the only way I can think of. I would normally say no, but am not completely sure when it comes to this game, responded Wang Wei. However, the most likely scenario is a brilliant strategist. I agree, added Li Jun. The strategist knew where we landed, making it easy to calculate that we would attack White Fang City, the nearest city. From there, it's easy to calculate our next destination by considering whether we have a map, then plan this attack. So, what's the plan? Asked Tai Gang. Li Jun did not immediately answer but looked at the 4 scouts. Give me an educated guess on whose troops you think are the most powerful? The Fate Shadow Guard gathered and exchanged information. They took into account things like the leading general's aura, the marching discipline of the troops, their weapons, aura, and other factors to theorize which was the better troops. East and west, muttered Li Jun before looking at his men. For direction formation, shields on east and west. Immediately, the troops marched to their formation. The Slaughter Legion took a position on the east and west sides, and each soldier took out the shield in their back and firmly planted it before them, forming an iron wall shield. The Undying Legion took the north and south side, ready to attack and annihilate their opponent. The Archer Squad positioned themselves in the middle to serve as support while also protecting Yen Liling and the Logistics Squad. 4 times our numbers? No problem, declared Li Jun, who was not afraid of such a confrontation, even outnumbered. He believed in his men's capabilities. Coming, said Wang Wei, floating in the sky and looking in the distance. Then he muttered, oh, as expected. He wanted to fight and kill a few decent opponents. The enemy soon arrived, and Li Jun yelled, shield. The shield squads shook their shield to create a protective barrier that protracted the east-western side, leaving the north-south side open wide. However, that is the plan for the Undying Legion to go on the offensive. And with this tactic, they only have to face half the number of troops. Remember, you are the shield of a future emperor, yelled Li Jun. You must not falter, you must not show any weakness and let the enemy break your defense. Even if you feel weak, despair, fearful, you must not drop the shield. Even if you die, you must defy death and persevere until your comrade behind you take your spot. Remember our motto? We are the Emperor's shield. The soldiers chanted repeatedly and in harmony as they clashed their shields on the ground, creating a euphonic sound of passion, determination, and adrenaline. What are we? Roared Li Jun, the Emperor's shield. Military battle. Excellent, commented Wang Wei as he observed these soldiers from above. Although it might look like these troops would become useless after proving the Dao, it was far from the truth. After proving the Dao, his strength will be very close to the Empyrean level if he achieves 10 extremity along with his other boosters. And the only reason he believes he cannot have Empyrean strength is because of the overwhelming transformation cultivators undergo from 69% of the Grand Dao source to 70%. The transformation is more incomprehensible from Great Emperor and Dao Ancestor with 99%. With such strength, he will be severely restricted in the lower dimension. So, he will need the help of others for many things, including these troops. On the ground, Li Jun looked at the troops surrounding him. He detected 2 people on horses with unique auras. Furthermore, the troops revolved around these 4 generals? He squinted his eyes. He held his spear in the middle and checked the balance before throwing it with immense force. Boom! The spear turned into a red light as it cut the air due to its sheer speed. Array 1, roared Sloth General 1, leading the northern troops. Immediately, his soldiers reacted and formed a formation. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, Li Jun's speed, which was numerous times faster than light, slowed down, traveling as it was navigating through water and working against a lot of resistance. By the time the spear reached its destination, it had lost most of its power. So Sloth General 1 used his axe to send it flying away, forcing Li Jun to recall the spear to his side. What a strange array! Is it the power of time? Or something else? He focused on the battle as the enemy's cavalry ran towards him from the north and west side. Archers, yelled Li Jun, and arrows flew from the middle. Unfortunately, the enemy troops also had archers, and they were more skilled than the city troops. Although not as good as Li Jun's troops, they held their own with little loss until the cavalry reached the enemy. Bang! The Western cavalry clashed head-on with the Western protective shield. And no matter what they did, they could not pass these men's shields. Meanwhile, the northern side began a slaughter. These soldiers from the Undying Legion had no fear, so they attacked with unmatched ferocity. They stabbed their opponents and used elemental, spiritual, and brute force to kill as many people as possible. A pile of bodies and dead horses stood before them, but they did not care. A devil stabbed a soldier in the heart, destroying the organ into oblivion. But to his horror, the man did not die or falter. After bleeding a little, and the latter responded and cut off his head. Before dying, the devil could not understand what was going on. That same soldier used the connected life force of his comrade to build another heart. And without even looking at his body or wasting time, he proceeded to kill more devils. The soldier beside him had half of his body burned by a flame devil on a flame horse. However, he smashed the devil's head before continuing to kill his enemy. He sustained even more elemental injuries but never stopped fighting. And when he reached his bodhi's limit, he used the connected life force to heal himself before continuing the battle. Another soldier sacrificed his arm to kill a mighty opponent. Then, with skills that indicated he had practiced before, he used his divine sense to levitate his arm from the ground and used the shared life force to reconnect it. During the entire process, he never stopped fighting and killing. Sloth General 1 frowned as he watched his enemy rapidly decimate his army. While the cavalry was being slaughtered, his infantry also approached the human troops. "Go for the head," he ordered before communicating with Sloth Generals 2 to 4, which troops had now arrived on the east and south sides. The east side was another iron wall, but the south side also had to deal with the Undying Legion. The Undying Legion trained to protect their heads, so this tactic was less effective than the devils would wish. Nevertheless, it only worked to some extent. A soldier had their heads cut off, and this should have been his end, but to these devils' horror, a white light came from his separated neck and reattached his head to his body, even drawing the spilled blood back onto his body. The devils became more aggressive and smashed these soldiers' heads. But it also regrew back. Regrettably, not all of them succeeded in regrowing their head. Tai Gang's innate talent allowed them to share life force to heal, but there was a limited amount that each soldier could access and control based on their individual talent. "Hiya!" roared a devil as he slammed his halberd on the ground, smashing a soldier to the ground. Blood splattered over the surrounding people and on his body. But this was not the end. Splat, splat, splat. Please visit Panda, N0V1. The devil continued to smash the heavy weapon with unmatched rage, turning all the soldiers' body parts into meat sauce with chunks. He did not want to give the latter a chance to regenerate. He laughed victorious before he felt a pain in his chest. He looked down to see a big hole. And with shock, he raised his head to see the same soldier before him. A no V1 primordial spirit? The last thing the devil saw before entering samsara was a condescending smirk. The undying soldier looked at his fallen opponent before rushing to his comrade next to him. According to his training, if he lost his body on the battlefield, he could continue to battle or find a place to hold his primordial spirit. The sect would create a body for him later. The soldier entered his comrade's weapon according to the rules, waiting for his return in the future. "Here," said Yen Liling, handing Tai Gang numerous pills. The latter did not hesitate to swallow them. His life energy drastically increased, and he used his power to share it with his soldiers, increasing the pool of life force they had to heal. These soldiers immediately became more intense, entering a semi-berserk state since they had no fear of death. Sloth General 1 noticed the change and Yen Liling's action in the center. He knew the best way to deal with this army was to find the source of their ability. And he could already identify what it was, know who it was. Unfortunately, he could not immediately take care of the problem. "Use soul attack," he ordered. This method was once again not as successful as he wished. Tai Gang developed his talent to reach the soul, meaning the soldiers can heal certain soul injuries, even if it's not all. Furthermore, knowing this was one of the weaknesses of the Undying Legion, he trained the soldiers to prepare. They had to learn soul defense techniques and have a soul-protecting artifact. The Dao opening sect went above and beyond to nurture these soldiers, providing them with enough resources to make some declining emperor lineage wince in pain. And this was not the end. Li Jun also helped this legion protect their souls by creating a technique that allowed them to absorb baleful auras and use them as a shield to save their souls. Swish. An arrow pieced through the sky, leaving hundreds of afterimages in its path, heading straight toward Tai Gang. He calmly raised his hand to catch it, but to everyone's surprise, the arrow divided into two, with the second one headed for Yen Liling. Checkmate, thought Sloth General 1. Unfortunately, before he could celebrate, purple flame manifested around Yen Liling and burned the arrow into oblivion. Did they think I was a damsel in distress because I'm an advisor? Commented Yen Liling. I think they do, replied Tai Gang. I feel offended. Yen Liling suddenly felt like many people in the world thought she was a useless group member. If it were not for the rules, I would burn all of them to ash. Tai Gang swallowed his saliva. He knew the horror of a talented pill master. These monsters have some of the weirdest pills. More importantly, they are all masters of poison. Wang Wei tasked Yen Liling to create poison for him to temper his body once he finished with his black holes, and Tai Gang once experienced some of her experiments. His body trembled as he remembered the horrid poisons he saw her testing. I guess it's my turn to move, commented Li Jun as he checked on his Slaughter Legion, who was responsible for the defensive maneuver of this war. If they failed, the group would fight on 4 fronts instead of 2. He jumped on the shoulders of one of the soldiers and used them as footholders to rush toward the enemy's general. Sloth General 1 immediately ran in the opposite direction, which surprised Li Jun a little. However, he sensed 3 more people coming from behind him. You want to fight me 4 versus 1? Not a problem. He did not hesitate to follow. However, in his way, he communicated something to the group. Happy New Year. I know for some, it's not time yet. Nevertheless, I will say it again in tomorrow's chapters. Please take some time to read the author's note. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.